President.
The Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, I joined 1/3 of this chamber in taking the oath of office so that we could start a new term of Congress and to celebrate what it means to be able to say, this is our new start. We've got 2 years. Let's see what we're going to do with this Congress. And while taking that oath to support and to defend the Constitution and to defend our freedoms, I really felt and thought about what an honor it is to represent the people of the great state of Tennessee. Now, over the last 6 years, I have fought vigorously to bring the voice of the people of Tennessee to this chamber, to make certain that their thoughts and their wishes and their values were brought forward, and that we made the effort to defend faith, family, freedom, hope, and opportunity, not only for Tennesseans, but for all Americans. And I will tell you, we were able to get so much done over the last 6 years. And much of it was done by working with colleagues across the aisle, by taking these great ideas from Tennessee, bringing them here, and saying, how do we distill this so that it becomes a policy that is going to positively impact and make better the lives of Tennesseans and all Americans. Now, in Tennessee, we have a lot of veterans, and there are 2 provisions that I was able to shepherd through and get signed into law. One is the VA Veteran Caregivers Act. And of course, as our veterans have returned from wars, as caregivers from their families have stepped up to assist them, there were basically some gaps that needed to be filled in. We did that. We also passed legislation strengthening the VA Cybersecurity Act. I was so pleased that that got signed into law to make certain that the identities and the health care information, the benefit information of our veterans is going to be protected. In Tennessee, we have a big military presence. Fort Campbell primarily sits in Tennessee. We have the Naval Station over in Millington, right outside of Memphis. We have Oak Ridge National Labs. The Air Force has Arnold Engineering and Development in Tullahoma. And I was successful in pushing forward to end President Biden's COVID vaccine mandate on our military communities. And every year, in addition to achieving that, every year, Mr. President, you and I have worked tirelessly together to make certain that our military assets, our National Guard, our active duty, were well covered in the NDAA. There's also been a foreign policy issue, a couple of them that I've paid close attention to. One is strengthening our ties with Israel and standing with our allies like Taiwan and assisting them as we stand up to what I call the axis of evil: Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. And one of the bipartisan measures that I brought forward after China took control of Hong Kong was to make certain that we supported internet freedom and that we blocked the export of crowd control equipment to China, and China controlled Hong Kong and barred the FAA from buying drones from U.S. adversaries. Now, these provisions became law and they strengthen our national security. We also fought to end the modern-day slavery of human trafficking, especially with my Bipartisan Report Act and the Project Safe Childhood Act. Both of those signed into law last year. and standing up for women with the Speak Out Act. Senator Gillibrand and I worked diligently on that. The Women's Suffrage Centennial Commemorative Coin Act. And also, Senator Baldwin and I just got across the finish line the Women's Suffrage National Monument Location Act. And I will tell you, Mr. President, so many people were absolutely shocked to find out that there has never been a monument in this city that recognized women's suffrage. We have also worked to confirm judges to the federal bench, including Justice Amy Coney Barrett, and of course we all know that led to the overturning of the Roe decision and the Chevron decision, two decisions that will impact our nation. We worked with the first Trump administration to protect life and to bar federal funds from going to Planned Parenthood. And Mr. President, you and I have put endless hours into making certain that we secured relief for communities in Tennessee and across the Southeast that have been adversely impacted by Hurricane Helene. And there is so much more that we have done, but we've turned the page now and we're looking at how do we use this 2 years, this 119th Congress that is in front of us. Now, we know that the American people have spoken. At the very top of their list is securing that southern border, getting that border under control, ending illegal entry into this country. And the American people know you cannot have, you will never have national security without a secure border. Every law enforcement officer I talk with in Tennessee says, we can't get our arms around gangs and drug trafficking and sex trafficking and crime in our communities until that southern border is secured. So legislation that I'm working diligently on to get passed, my CLEAR Act, which many of our colleagues in this chamber have heard me talk about this for years. Basically, this codifies the 287G program, and it would ensure that our state and local law enforcement officials can apprehend and detain criminal illegal aliens and make certain that ICE deports them and that ICE reimburses that local law enforcement agency. With all the harm that has been caused by sanctuary cities, this legislation would end federal funds into those entities, and it should be a top priority of this Congress. We also need to lower cost and make life more affordable. We all know the economy, taxes, inflation, affordability, another of the top issues for the American people. And they want us to hold this government accountable for what they've done to push inflation forward. It means that we need to make permanent the 2017 Trump tax cuts. That created the strongest economy in decades, and it truly spurred new investment in Tennessee and across the country. It also means slashing this out-of-control spending and making certain that we rein in this lawless bureaucracy that makes life worse for so many Tennesseans and Americans. President Trump is tackling this problem. He is doing it with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, which will be led by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. And with my DOGE acts, Congress can play a crucial role in ensuring their reforms last beyond the Trump administration. You know, Mr. President, the American people want us to change how the federal government does business. Get the spending under control. Get rid of the bloat that is in the federal government. I think we should concentrate on this to the point that we doge every single federal agency and turn doge into a verb, a term of action. Another goal at the top of the agenda, and this is a goal that Senator Blumenthal and I share. We have now worked 4 years on holding big tech accountable with the Kids Online Safety Act and ensuring that parents have the tools they need to protect their children in the virtual space. This is just a sample of all the work that is in front of us, but the list of things we can do to empower American workers and taxpayers and businesses and families and farmers goes on and on. And I'm looking forward to a new administration as we aggressively tackle these issues, expanding access to quality health care, especially for our vets, and especially in rural America, defending female athletes in women's sports from the radical left's agenda and celebrating the accomplishment of female athletes. We should pass My American Girls in Sports Day for October 10th of each and every year and celebrate our female athletes. We should end the surge of violent crime in cities across this country. And when it comes to supporting Tennessee's creative community with the American Music Tourism Act, the No Fakes Act, which is AI protections, and the HITS Act for our recording artists. Each and every one of these have a place on our agenda for the 119th Congress. And before we can do any of this, we need to make certain that we confirm each of President Trump's nominees. Make certain that he has his team in place, that his cabinet is in place, so that they can carry out the mandate that was sent by the American people, which is no more business as usual, secure the border, make certain that we get the cost of living down, we get inflation down, expand and extend those tax cuts, and be certain that once again, our allies know they are an ally and our enemies fear us on the global stage. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Right. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
I have to say, I think the remarks I've planned today are so pertinent to what is taking, pardon me, what is taking place in our world as we're hearing about the Trump effect actually bringing forward a deal with Israel, Hamas, and the hostages. Because my remarks today are centered on UNRWA, the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees. Now, this has been one of the biggest obstacles to peace in the Middle East. To the world, UNRWA presents itself as an aid group for Palestinians, but in reality, this agency, this UN agency that has been the recipient of 7.1 billion US taxpayer dollars, is nothing more than a terror group that works to undermine Israel's security and safety. We have known this for years, but in the aftermath of the Hamas barbaric October 7th attack on the Jewish state, we've learned much more about UNRWA's terror ties. Early last year, the Wall Street Journal reported that 10% of UNRWA's staff have ties to Islamist militant groups. Among them, 6 took part in the October 7th assault that left 1,200 Israelis dead and hundreds more in captivity. After reports emerged that an UNRWA teacher held an Israeli hostage in his attic, I pressed the agency to investigate that employee. Instead of taking action, the group dismissed this request, and this claim is unsubstantiated, and called on the Israeli journalist who reported the news to, and I'm quoting, immediately delete the post. We also know that UNRWA has indoctrinated Palestinian children with schools that glorify terrorism and promote violent hatred of Jews, allowed Hamas to store weapons in their buildings, provided support and aid to the terror group. Now, a new report from UN Watch, the top watchdog for holding the UN accountable, shows that UNRWA works with Hamas, as well as Palestinian Islamic Jihad, at the highest level of the agency. To quote the report, this secret relationship allows the terrorist organizations to significantly influence the policies and practices of a UN agency with 30,000 employees and 1.5 billion annual budget that is funded primarily by Western states. The evidence is overwhelming. In 2017, UNRWA's then Commissioner General met with leaders of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad to strengthen, in his words, and I quote, a spirit of partnership. To protect the agency's credibility, however, the Commissioner General urged the terror leaders to ensure that, and I again quote, discussions not be made public, end quote. Of course, open collaboration with U.S. designated terror groups could jeopardize the millions it receives from Western countries every year. So they tried to cover it up so that they could keep getting these millions and billions of dollars. As I said, U.S. taxpayers, $7.1 billion that has gone into this group. In the years since, UNRWA leaders have repeatedly pledged support for Palestinian terrorists. That same year, the agency's Lebanon director told terror leaders that UNRWA hoped to have a strong partnership with them. A year later, their program director in Lebanon met with a Hamas official to discuss, and I quote, ongoing cooperation and coordination. Also in 2018, a former UNRWA official appeared at a rally alongside Hamas terror leaders who urged support for UNRWA until we return to Palestine, and I'm quoting him, meaning the end of Israel as a Jewish state. The UNRWA official, of course, thanked the terrorists, and I'm quoting again, for their understanding. In 2021, the former Deputy Commissioner General of UNRWA met with Sinwar. Now, that's the Hamas leader who later planned the October 7th attack. after one of her employees admitted on TV that Israel's strikes on Hamas are very precise. In response, the Deputy Commissioner General removed the employee from his position and thanked Sinwar for his, and again I'm quoting, his positivity and desire to continue cooperation in facilitating the agency's work in the Gaza Strip, end quote. You see, there is a pattern here of participation between UNRWA and between Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. This is just a sample of the high-level meetings between leaders of UNRWA and these groups. The list could go on and on and on. What this report makes very clear is that UNRWA's support for terror groups is not something that happens at the agency's fringes. Instead, supporting and enabling terrorism against Israel is UNRWA's main purpose. I want to say that again. UNRWA's support for these terrorist groups is not just at the fringes. It is with their leadership. They are supporting and enabling terrorism against Israel, and we need to realize this. This is why President Trump canceled U.S. funding to the agency during his first administration, and it's why President Biden's decision in 2021 to restore that funding, over $730 million that year, was a huge mistake. After the October 7th attack, I led the charge in introducing legislation to defund UNRWA, and in March of last year, President Biden finally signed into law a one-year ban on that funding. With all we know about UNRWA, though, we need to make this ban permanent, which is why I'm working on legislation that will do just that once we get a new president and once we begin to say no to these organizations who take taxpayer dollars and turn around and use it against the American people, use it for pro-terror, pro-violence organizations and groups. I yield the floor. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I concur with the remarks of my colleague from Alabama. We're looking forward to confirming Pete Hegseth. We're looking forward to working every single day until we get this cabinet completed. And Brooke Rollins over at Agriculture, we know that she is going to do a stellar job, and I do commend the senator for his Farm Act. I've joined him in co-sponsorship on that bill to protect our nation's farmers and our farmland owners and producers. This has been an exciting week. On Monday, we started with the inaugural of President Trump, and I will tell you, for so many of us in Tennessee and indeed across the country, this has been a reason to absolutely rejoice. People, it's so interesting to me, Mr. President, so many people say they survived the Biden-Harris administration. Isn't that an interesting way to think about it? The inflation, the border, all the issues, it was like survival to get through those 4 years. And because of this, the American people have really given the Trump administration and those of us in Congress a mandate. I refer to it as a to-do list, because at the Blackburn household, when there's something that has to be addressed, Chuck and I put it on a to-do list, meaning you don't stop until you get it done. Well, the good thing is One of the top things is the southern border and securing that, and indeed we know President Trump has taken executive action to address this. He cut off that CBP One app and ended these migrant flights from other countries. He's ended catch and release. He restored the successful Remain in Mexico program, and importantly, he is designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Now, there are other things that he is doing. We all know that ICE is conducting raids and doing deportations, and we know that Congress is going to have to work with the Trump administration to make certain that these executive actions that he's taking, that we pass laws so that this is in federal statute. Now, one of those is the CLEAR Act, which is legislation I've had for years, and it ensures that state and local law enforcement officials can help the federal government with deporting these criminal illegal aliens. And by the way, that legislation requires ICE to reimburse those local law enforcement agencies. And of course, my Container Act, which again has been here for a while, it would empower the border communities, those communities that are right there on that border, farmers, ranchers, communities that those crossing illegally are running through their property. It would allow them to place barriers on federal land in order to protect their communities. And my Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, it would require illegals convicted of sexual offenses or domestic violence to be deported. These are individuals that have absolutely no business being in this country. And of course, we're going to have to do more than secure our border, and that means doing mass deportations. And here is the reason why. Under former President Biden, more than 10 million illegal aliens came into this country. Now, those are the ones we know about. On top of this, you have a classification that is called the gotaways. The gotaways are those that the Border Patrol could see on the camera, but they could not get to them to apprehend them. We know that in this number, you've got tens of thousands of criminal illegal aliens. These are not people that are coming for a better way of life. These are people that have committed crimes in their home countries and are looking to come here. Now, we know this open border has caused far too many tragedies to begin to count. And this is the reason that this body voted in a bipartisan manner for the Laken-Riley Act, and that is going to be one of the very first bills that President Trump signs into law. And because of the American public's overwhelming support for a secure border, for an end to illegal immigration, we are on our way to making this country, making our communities safe again. Now, we all know that border security is a critical part of national security. Indeed, that southern border is where national security and our foreign affairs actually meet, because that border is being overrun by people from about 150 different countries every single year. Now, we also know that when it comes to national security and how the world views us, that President Trump is showing that strong leadership that is needed, and he was able to secure the release of 2 Americans that were held by the Taliban within hours of taking office. I think that the American people are realizing that President Trump means business when it comes to our foreign policy. and putting the interest of the American people in front of everything else. Another issue that we're focused on for the American people is getting the cost of living back under control. We all know that for the 4 years of the Biden administration, we saw record inflation, we saw reckless spending, and Tennesseans and indeed our citizens all across the country are still reeling from inflation. You know, Mr. President, to me, it is just so interesting. When people talk about the rate of inflation, they know it's not 2.9%, which the Biden administration was touting as they left office. If you go back and look at where prices were in January of 2021, when Joe Biden took office and inflation was at 1.4%, and then you look at what has happened month by month, the true rate of inflation and price escalation, that true rate of inflation is north of 20%. Indeed, I looked up what it is costing Tennessee families, and Mr. President, the numbers were astounding, because if you look at a basket of goods and services that a Tennessee family would buy in January 2021. So if they took that basket of goods and services, bought that same basket of goods and services, today their cost would be $1,060 more for the exact same basket of goods and services. Think about that, $1,060 per month. Now, maybe that's a house payment or the equivalent of a car payment. That is a lot of money. And this is why Americans are saying we want life to be affordable again. And it is why President Trump has already signed executive orders to roll back regulations. And it's why he is moving forward with DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, which will bring forward ideas of how we root out waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. And it's why he has frozen federal hiring and done that hiring freeze, which is so essential to being able to cap what the federal employment roles are and get going on doging all of these agencies. Well, to support these efforts, I filed a series of bills called the DOGE Acts. And, you know, Mr. President, these are not things that are new. These are bills that I have been pushing for a long time, because it is important that we hold government accountable for how they're spending the taxpayer money. And President Trump is pushing forward with these concepts. Another area where we are going to see attention in order to get the cost of living down is extending President Trump's tax cuts to ensure that the American people are going to have more money in their pocket at the end of the month. You know, Mr. President, there's a gentleman in Tennessee that I ran into one day earlier in the Biden administration, and I asked how he was doing. And he said, well, he had been fussing a little bit. What he was fussing about was the high price at the pump and the high price at the grocery store. And he said, you know, under President Trump, I had some money left at the end of the month. And under Joe Biden, I've got too much month left at the end of my money. People are tired of being broke. They are tired of it. So they're ready to move forward. Another area where they're wanting to see some action, and they're so pleased with the steps President Trump has taken, and that is protecting young women in sports. And it's amazing to me how the left has abandoned our high school and college female athletes. You know, we have over 3 million young women who participate in sports every single day. They're competing. Mr. President, you've got 2 beautiful daughters. They are competitive athletes. These girls work hard, and they deserve to be able to compete and win, but it is as if the Biden-Harris administration waged a war on these incredible young female athletes by destroying fair play and forcing them to compete against biological men. And the results are tragic. Young women who often dedicate their entire lives to becoming so proficient and skilled at a sport, they're missing out on scholarships, on career opportunities, and on hard-earned records that they deserve to hold. This harm, abuse, and unfairness is coming to an end. And on Monday, President Trump signed an executive order that requires the federal government to recognize the biological reality of 2 sexes, male and female. And last week, I reintroduced legislation that helps to stand up for women and girls in sports. Now, there are 2 resolutions. One is calling on the NCAA to protect women in sports. They need to rescind their rule that allows biological men to compete against women in NCAA sports. And then the other is to take October 10th of each and every year and designate this as American Girls in Sports Day and celebrate the accomplishments of our female athletes. I also have the Fair Play for Girls Act. It will require the U.S. Attorney General to submit an analysis of violence against women in athletics, to submit that to Congress, as well as for policy recommendations to support these young women. Well, as you can see, the to-do list is long, and I've barely scratched the surface. The American people are looking forward to Republicans delivering on the mandate that they have issued, and they certainly are looking forward to what will be the golden age of America. Thank you, Mr. President. Nothing is more important than our national security and this nation's sovereignty, and that means we must control our borders. That's why in November, the American people gave President Trump an overwhelming mandate to finally go secure these borders. It was a major issue. They were tired of 4 years of Biden-Harris failures. And thankfully, in just his first week in office, the president has already taken steps to do just this. On Inauguration Day, for example, President Trump restored many of the successful policies from his first administration that former President Biden had ended, including the Remain in Mexico policy, border wall construction, and enhanced vetting of all aliens trying to come into this country. At the same time that President Trump did those reinstatements, he terminated Biden's disastrous open border measures, including ending catch and release, thank goodness, and that CBP One app where he was trying to make illegal entry legal. The Trump administration ended that, and they ended migrant flights that brought more than 500,000 illegal aliens to cities all across the country. Ended those flights. He also took new action to strengthen our border and end illegal immigration, including executive orders to prohibit birth tourism. Now, this is a practice where you have companies or cartels and they sell you passage to the U.S. to come here for the express purpose of having a child on U.S. soil. It's a practice called birth tourism. President Trump ended that. He designated cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and he chose to send troops to the border, and among these troops are Tennessee soldiers from Fort Campbell's 101st Airborne Division who are doing incredible work to help make this nation safe. Perhaps most importantly, the president ordered mass deportations, something the American people have demanded after the Biden administration allowed more than 10 million illegal aliens to enter this country. And, Mr. President, that does not count the gotaways. The gotaways, known and unknown gotaways that are here, the worst of the worst, most likely. People that were trying to evade detection, and people that have seeped into our communities. To no one's surprise, these strong executive actions are already yielding positive results for our nation's sovereignty and security, and the safety and security of communities all across this country. Because on Joe Biden's watch, what did we see happen? We saw every town become a border town, and every state become a border state. People went to the polls in November and voted saying, enough is enough. We have to restore law and order. And in the last week, and I want you to think about these numbers. Mr. President, I encourage all of our colleagues, look at these numbers from the last week. In this last week, ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, arrested more than 2,600 illegal aliens. Now, these are criminal illegal aliens. They're including gang members, convicted sex offenders, and murder suspects. 2,600 in 1 week. This tells you they knew where these people were, Mr. President. It's just that their hands were tied by the Biden administration. They could not go get these people that were making our communities less safe. Just on Thursday alone, ICE arrested 2 people in Nashville, Tennessee. What we found out, they were both members of the gang Tren de Aragua, right in Nashville. Both of these aliens, the illegal aliens, have a criminal history of promoting prostitution and entered the country last year after being processed by the Biden administration. While migrant encounters at the border have plummeted over the past week, the Trump administration has also conducted deportation flights to send illegal aliens back to their home countries. Make no mistake, if any country refuses to take in their own citizens, President Trump has made clear that there will be consequences brought to bear. In just the last 24 hours, the government of Colombia learned that lesson, completely reversing its blockade of deportation flights after the president said he would impose tariffs and sanctions. For so many in Tennessee and across the country, this is welcome news. This is what they wanted to see, Mr. President. They were tired of talk. They were tired of appeasement. What they wanted was action to get these criminals out of their communities, to get them behind bars. We can only have national security and know that this country is safe if we have border security. And for too long, Tennesseans, and I think all Americans, have suffered the consequences of this open border. The migrant crime, the fentanyl overdoses, human trafficking, strained public resources, and the list goes on and on. While President Trump will continue to lead the way in securing our border, Congress should play a crucial role in supporting his efforts and make certain that no president can surrender our national sovereignty ever again. That's why in the Senate I've introduced a slate of bills that promote securing our border. Here's an example, the Container Act. This is something that I've had for a while. This would empower communities along our border to construct barriers that would prohibit illegal aliens from crossing into their communities and stop the flow of traffickers and drugs and criminals that have been coming through these communities. When you're on the southern border, you visit ranchers and farmers and communities where they've said, if we could just put a barrier up, the Container Act would give them that opportunity to put up a barrier and protect their areas. The CLEAR Act, meanwhile, would reaffirm the authority of state and local governments to enforce federal immigration laws by apprehending, detaining, and transferring illegal aliens to federal custody. It also says that the federal government has to reimburse that local law enforcement agency for the money that they have spent. And while President Trump reinstated by executive order Remain in Mexico, which requires asylum seekers to remain in Mexico while awaiting their court date, I also introduced legislation that would make this crucial policy the law of the land, requiring future administrations to support it. And see, that's the importance of Congress taking action on what the president has done by executive order, is putting it in law, putting it in federal statute, so that future administrations have to abide by the law and implement it. In addition, I have recently introduced the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, which allows the deportation of illegal aliens convicted of sexual offenses or domestic abuse. What we have learned is that under the Biden administration, hundreds of criminal illegal aliens convicted of sexual offenses entered our country. This legislation would ensure that every single one of them can be removed from this country. To end the surge of human trafficking at the border and bring this modern-day slavery to an end, I also have brought forward a comprehensive package of bills. The PRINCE Act would give Border Patrol the authority to fingerprint non-citizens under the age of 14 so that we can combat this horrific practice of child recycling. This is something that the cartels do. They take a child, they place them with an adult, they bring them to the border, and then, once they're across, they turn the child loose. Many of these children have name, address, and phone number written in indelible ink on their backs, on their arms. This needs to stop. So the PRINCE Act would give the Border Patrol the authority to use these fingerprints. And we have the End Child Trafficking Now Act, which would require a DNA test to determine the relationship between illegal aliens coming across the border with children with them. Both bills are crucial for ending child trafficking. And we know that between 30 and 40% of the children that presented at that border when we were doing DNA testing were found to be children being trafficked. Think about that. Now, the Biden administration ended the practice of DNA testing. When I inquired as to why they did it, the answer I got was because of the amount of time it took to do the DNA test. Well, it took 45 minutes. 45 minutes. But to the Biden administration, pushing people across the border and into the country was more important. And now we know HHS has lost track of over 300,000 children. It is imperative that we find these children. It is imperative that we end this cross-border human trafficking of children. I also have the Save Girls Act. It's bipartisan. Senator Klobuchar has joined me on that bill, and it would provide states and local governments and nonprofits with the vital resources they need in order to help combat this trafficking of girls and women. I also have a bipartisan bill, the National Human Trafficking Database. It would establish a national human trafficking database at the Department of Justice and incentivize state law enforcement agencies to report crucial data. You know, as we fight human trafficking, one of the things that we have learned from local and state law enforcement, who, by the way, Mr. President, this is a job that landed in their lap to do this because there was not federal enforcement. But we learned that there was no single repository for information about the traffickers, individuals that were being apprehended. So this would establish that database. So, Mr. President, we have had a busy week. The President has had a busy week, and we are grateful to President Trump and Vice President Vance for how quickly they have moved on these issues of national security and the response they have given to the American people that, yes, they have been heard, and they are taking action that the American people have wanted to see. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. For years, we have known about financier Jeffrey Epstein's alleged sex trafficking ring, that the abuse spanned decades and harmed untold numbers of vulnerable young girls, and that a large network of high-profile, high-dollar predators took part in this horrific abuse. That's why on the Senate Judiciary Committee, I've repeatedly requested a subpoena for the complete unredacted Epstein flight logs from the FBI. I've also pushed for the release of Ghislaine Maxwell's unredacted little black book of contacts and addresses. The American people have the right to know who flew on his planes, who witnessed the crimes, and who potentially participated in his global sex trafficking ring. Yet time and again, in the last Congress, Democrat leadership and then FBI Director Wray stonewalled my request. Make no mistake, by blocking my request, they were delaying justice for Epstein's many victims. But now, with Republican control of Congress and President Trump back in the Oval Office, we're going to see some real change on this issue. Just last week, the president's excellent pick for FBI Director Kash Patel vowed to work with me in releasing the Epstein records and breaking apart the trafficking rings that harm countless women and children across our country. To be clear, this is not a celebrity issue. This is about ending modern-day slavery and finding out who is participating in these sex trafficking rings and shedding some light on these crimes that will bring an end to this widespread, pervasive abuse. I yield the floor. Today is National Girls and Women in Sports Day. It's a holiday that celebrates women's many accomplishments in athletics. To be certain, we do have a lot for our athletic women and girls to celebrate. And soon after I leave the floor in these remarks, I'll be heading to the White House to join President Trump as he signs an executive order to keep biological men out of women's sports. This move is a triumph for the more than 3 million high school and college female athletes who deserve safety, fair play, and equal opportunity to succeed. In many ways, it is disturbing that this action is even necessary, since Title IX's enactment in 1972, which required equal resources for women's sports, the lives of millions of young women and girls have been improved with the benefits of fitness, teamwork, and leadership experience. Yet, despite these advances for women, for 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration waged a war on women's sports. Instead of empowering young women, they denied biological reality and blurred the difference between men and women. In 2022, Biden's Education Department announced new rules that would allow biological males to participate in women's groups and activities, essentially forcing schools to accept men into their women's athletic programs. Following up last year, the administration extended the rulemaking to private spaces, such as locker rooms and bathrooms, further jeopardizing the safety of women. Thankfully, in November, the American people rejected this radical agenda. Instead, they gave President Trump a mandate to protect women, restore fairness, and bring common sense back to government rulemaking. That's why on Inauguration Day, President Trump issued an executive order that affirms the federal government's position that there are only two sexes, male and female, that are grounded in biology, not gender ideology. In effect, this means no more forcing schools to allow biological men into women's spaces. For so many female athletes in Tennessee and across the country, President Trump's executive orders are welcome news. But to ensure that every single one of them receives the safety, opportunity, and fairness they deserve, there is much more that Congress can and should do. At the top of the list, ensuring the National Collegiate Athletic Association, the NCAA, prohibits biological men from competing in women's sports. The NCAA is the nation's largest governing body of college athletics, so it wields tremendous power over hundreds of thousands of student athletes all across the country. That's why it is so troubling that since 2010, the organization has allowed men to compete in female-only events. Time and again, we have seen this policy endanger women's safety and deprive them of hard-earned records, medals, and accomplishments. Just 3 years ago at the NCAA Women's Swimming and Diving Championships, Tennessee's Riley Gaines competed against and shared a locker room with a biological male who ultimately took home the trophy that she had rightfully won. And in recent months, 5 NCAA women's volleyball teams were forced to forfeit their matches to avoid the danger of playing against a biological male on a competing team. To bring this unfairness and inequity to an end, I recently introduced a resolution calling on the NCAA to protect women in sports, including by revoking its policy that allows biological males to compete against women. This move would bring the organization in line with other leading athletic associations, including the National Association of Intercollegiate Athletics and more than 20 states that have taken action to preserve fair play in women's sports. To support young women and girls in sports, I also introduced the Fair Play for Girls Act. Among its provisions, this crucial legislation would require the U.S. Attorney General to submit a report to Congress on the harms, lost opportunities, and harassment women have faced in athletics, as well as the effectiveness of state and federal laws to prevent this abuse. At the same time, it is imperative that we celebrate the accomplishments of the young women who practice, train, and compete every day to achieve athletic success. That's why I introduced a resolution to designate October the 10th, that would be Roman numerals X and X, like the female sex chromosome, as American Girls in Sports Day. Specifically, the resolution calls on sports governing bodies to protect women and girls in sports. Young women across the country have suffered injuries, faced sexual harassment, and lost accolades because they were forced to share spaces designed for women with men. Together, President Trump and Republicans in Congress are working together to put an end to this assault on women once and for all. Thank you, Mr. President. Today, after 4 years of reckless spending and decades-high inflation under the Biden-Harris administration, our national debt now sits at $36.4 trillion. In many ways, this number represents one of the biggest threats to our nation, as interest payments on the debt now eclipse our country's total defense spending. Think about that. The debt, interest on the debt, is costing the hardworking taxpayer more of their money. It's taking a greater share of their tax dollar than what we are spending to provide for the common defense. It is astounding that that is where we are. But this problem has gotten worse through the years. During the last few months of the Biden administration, October to December of last year, our country ran a deficit of more than $710 billion, up 39% from the same period in 2023. The American people know this is unsustainable. Among many other reasons, that is why the American people showed up in record numbers and gave a mandate to Donald J. Trump as President of the United States, winning the Electoral College and the popular vote. The American people know full well they are overtaxed. Government is overspent, and they are tired of it. And since Inauguration Day, the president has been hard at work on this issue, getting the economy under control. And one of the first things he did back in office was to establish the Department of Government Efficiency. It is being led by Elon Musk, and the agency is working to uncover and eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse from the federal government. And to no one's surprise, DOGE has found a lot of waste. especially with programs that should never have been put on the books in the first place. Now, in recent weeks, the agency working overtime to find ways to save money for the taxpayer. They found $33 million in Education Department grants to groups that push far-left ideas like critical race theory, and $44.6 million in canceled leases for unused office space, and $45 million in scholarships for students in Burma, $182 million in Department of Health and Human Services contracts that had nothing to do with health, nothing. They even found $168,000 for a museum exhibit for Anthony Fauci and $1 billion in DEI programs. Now, when you scoop all of that together, you have a pretty good savings for the U.S. taxpayer who has been funding all of this. Removing these programs and recouping those dollars, that is the right thing to do. In addition, DOGE has worked to reform the mismanaged U.S. Agency for International Development. We call this USAID. Under the last administration, the agency used its $40 billion budget to support left-wing and anti-American causes around the world, including terror-tied extremist groups in the Middle East. As DOGE uncovers the left's abuse of taxpayer dollars, Washington Democrats have tried desperately to paint the agency as unaccountable to the American people. But the exact opposite is true. DOGE, which reports directly to President Trump, is restoring government accountability by reining in the federal government and reining in the bureaucracy. By the way, they're unelected. That's why last week President Trump issued an executive order to support DOGE, directing federal departments to work with the agency to reduce the size of the federal workforce. A downsize is desperately needed. The government employs more than 2.4 million civilian employees at a cost of hundreds of billions of dollars each year. To support these efforts, I recently introduced a package of bills called the DOGE Acts, which would hold the federal government accountable for managing taxpayer dollars. Now, all of these bills would help to drain the swamp. And these are bills that I have proposed over the last several years, but we've brought them together under the heading of the DOGE Acts. It would implement a hiring and salary freeze, direct agencies to reduce the size of their workforce by 5% within 3 years, and establish a commission to report to Congress on moving non-national security agencies outside of Washington, D.C. In addition, the legislation would create a pilot program to determine federal employees' compensation based on merit, not seniority, something that is so important to do because right now, the longer someone holds a job, the more they're going to make. Let's move that to how well they do their job and how well they perform in fulfilling the responsibilities that are given to them. And it would require agencies to reinstate their pre-COVID telework policies, a measure that is especially crucial after just 6% of federal employees worked in an office full-time during the Biden administration. Tennesseans go to work every day. They're working full-time in order to get a full-time paycheck. And they're astounded when they hear that under the last administration, the Biden administration, 6% of federal employees worked full-time, But you know what? They all got a full-time paycheck, courtesy of the hardworking U.S. taxpayer. Perhaps most importantly, the DOGE Acts would cut non-security discretionary spending by 5% by fiscal year 2028 and every following year, saving taxpayers billions of dollars. When it comes to government spending, Tennesseans and certainly Americans demand accountability. With DOGE, Republicans are delivering it. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. In one of his first acts back in office, President Trump defended our country's cherished principle of equal citizenship by ending birth tourism. For years, foreign tourists have abused our nation's birthright citizenship by visiting America with the sole purpose of having their children here. These tourists have no intention of staying here or of even raising their children in America. Instead, they return to their home country to rear their children who now have the benefit of American citizenship, but no ties or loyalty to our nation. This abuse of our citizenship is wrong, yet Democrat-aligned groups are trying to stop President Trump's order in the courts. When you look at the numbers, you realize how much is at stake with this executive order. According to one estimate, birth tourism results in 33,000 births to women on tourist visas each year. Think about that, 33,000. That's tens of thousands of people each year who claim American citizenship and all its benefits while having nothing at stake in the future of our country. To no one's surprise, birth tourism has spawned a multi-million-dollar industry, and it is rife with fraud and criminal activity. In China, traffickers charge clients tens of thousands of dollars to coach them on lying to Customs and Border Protection, obtaining a visa, and reaching our country. In fact, the problem has gotten so bad that airlines in Asia are turning away pregnant passengers to America over birth tourism concerns. This cannot go on, which is why I fully support President Trump's efforts to bring this terrible practice to an end. I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. There is an issue that I have spoken about so often on this floor, and it is one that should concern each and every one of us, and that is the issue of human trafficking and sex trafficking that is happening in this country. And what we have learned is that today in the United States, a child is either bought or sold for sex every 2 minutes. Now think about that, and think about the harm that is happening to children because of this amount of human trafficking and sex trafficking. What we also have learned is that globally, this has turned into a $150 billion a year business. This is something that we also have learned affects every town, city, community in our nation. It is pervasive. In Tennessee, my home state, there were 1,170 reports of human trafficking through November of last year. And that is according to the data we have from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. Now, that number was actually down from the number in 2023, which had been 1,432 reports, and that was because of the effort that our Governor, Bill Lee, the Tennessee General Assembly, and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation made into fighting this human trafficking and trying to bring an end to what truly is modern-day slavery. But unfortunately, what we saw as we looked at the data was that last year's total of 1,170 was still 62% higher than the number in 2019. So as we have looked at this in recent years, what you have seen is an explosion of human trafficking and sex trafficking in this country. While we know that human trafficking has been a problem over a period of time, the concern is this heinous crime and how it has exploded in the recent past. Now, there are some reasons and some contributing factors to the escalation rate in these numbers. And one of them is during the Biden administration, basically they surrendered our southern border to cartels and gangs and criminals and traffickers. Many of us have been to the border. We saw what was happening on the border during the Biden years, and as a result of the inaction that took place there, every town in this country became a border town, and every state became a border state. And because of the drugs, because of the human trafficking, the sex trafficking, the American people suffered the consequences. Just this month, earlier this month, authorities charged 8 Venezuelan illegal aliens in Middle Tennessee for trafficking women across our border for the purpose of sexual exploitation. That was 8 Venezuelan illegal aliens. After entering our country illegally, the criminals conducted their operation out of Nashville motels between 2022 and 24. And like so many criminal illegals in our country, no surprise, they are tied to the violent gang Tren de Aragua, which has plagued cities across this country with organized crime. All too often, these traffickers target not only vulnerable women, they also target children. According to our TBI data, there were 514 reports of children being sex trafficked in Tennessee in 2024. That is 1 year, 514 reports. That was more than twice the number of reports of adult sex trafficking. The report also notes that there has been an increase in the number of unaccompanied minors who were trafficked into our country and exploited. This should come as no surprise. Under Biden, hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied children have reached our southern border, while many more arrived with adults who falsely claim to be their relatives. Although Biden had a responsibility to place these children with vetted sponsors, his administration obviously did not do that. We have learned that they lost track of more than 320,000 migrant children who face the threat of abuse, trafficking, and sexual exploitation. Thankfully, after 4 years of failure under the Biden administration, President Trump is working to secure our border, to protect our communities, and to bring human trafficking to an end. And there is so much more that Congress can do to support this effort. Last week, I introduced the Bipartisan Gracie Act, which would require the recording of all Child Protective Services interviews with children and adults. Although 60% of child sex trafficking victims in our country have engaged with the foster care system, too often CPS staffers miss the signs of abuse. By recording interviews, we can increase the likelihood that child trafficking victims will be identified and rescued. Last month, I also reintroduced a package of bills that will do much to combat human trafficking. My Save Girls Act would provide states, local governments, and nonprofits with the resources they need to end the trafficking of young women and girls. My National Human Trafficking Database Act, meanwhile, would establish a national human trafficking database at the Department of Justice and incentivize state law enforcement agencies to report their data. To help bring an end to trafficking at the border, I also introduced the Child Trafficking Now Act, which would require a DNA test to determine the relationship between illegal aliens at the border and any accompanying child. Now, Mr. President, it is so important to note, I've introduced this bill before, and I did it because during the Trump administration, there was DNA testing. It was ended during the Biden administration. They said it took too much time. I inquired the amount of time. It took 45 minutes. What we know from the time we did DNA testing, 30% of the children that were DNA tested by border agents shared no relation to the illegal aliens who were falsely representing themselves as family members. I think 45 minutes is worth it to save the life of a child. And my Prince Act, which has been reintroduced, would give Customs and Border Protection the authority to fingerprint non-citizens under the age of 14 to combat the horrific practice called child recycling. Just this week, I also sent a letter to FBI Director Kash Patel and Attorney General Pam Bondi requesting that they release the complete, unredacted flight logs from Jeffrey Epstein's private jet. In addition, I also requested Ghislaine Maxwell's Little Black Book and all video surveillance footage from Epstein's residence in Palm Beach, Florida. After years of stonewalling by former Director Wray, we still do not have all the necessary information regarding Jeffrey Epstein's crime, who his associates were, and who was involved in his global human trafficking, sex trafficking ring. That is information we need if we are going to bring an end to this practice of human trafficking, and also if we are going to bring justice for the women and children that were abused and trafficked during these human trafficking and sex trafficking rings. It is past time to bring this practice to an end. With these efforts, we can provide this administration with the tools they need in order to bring an end to this practice. Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last November, the American people returned President Donald Trump to the Oval Office with a mandate to restore common sense in government. And in many ways, this common sense was most needed on the issue of protecting women and girls. After 4 years where President Biden waged a war on women's sports, the message from voters was clear. No more biological men competing in women's athletics. No more stolen records and medals, and no more invasions of privacy, humiliation, and harm for our nation's incredible female athletes. To be certain, President Trump has delivered on the mandate. On Inauguration Day, the President issued an executive order that affirms the federal government's position that there are only two sexes, male and female. This is a position grounded in biological reality, not gender ideology. Last month, the president also signed an executive order that bans biological males from competing in women's sports. It was an honor to join President Trump at the signing ceremony, along with the brave young women and girls who have spoken out for fairness, safety, equal opportunity, including one of those female athletes, Tennessee's Riley Gaines. The terms of the order are simple. If you allow men to compete in women's athletics, you will lose your federal funding. To no one's surprise, the order is getting results. Right after President Trump signed it, the NCAA, which oversees more than 530,000 student athletes, announced that it would comply with the order. For more than a decade, the nation's largest athletic association allowed men to compete in women's events. It will be a top priority of mine to ensure that this injustice never happens again and that the NCAA will fully adhere to the executive order. While the vast majority of states are complying, there are some states, blue states, like California and Maine, that are vowing to fight President Trump over the order. The message they are sending is clear. Democrats are willing to risk millions in federal funding for schools to uphold their radical far-left ideology that claims there are no differences between men and women. The American people know better, and so do the more than 3 million female high school and college athletes who deserve every single opportunity to succeed. They work hard, they train hard, they set their goals, they compete, and they work to succeed. To celebrate all of these incredible accomplishments from these 3 million high school and college athletes, I'm asking for unanimous consent for my resolution to establish October 10th, the 10th month, 10th day, recognized by the Roman numerals XX, like the female sex chromosome, as American Girls in Sports Day, setting aside a day to recognize the accomplishments of 3 million high school and college female athletes. In addition to celebrating female athletes, this resolution calls on sports governing bodies across the country to protect women and girls in sports. There is absolutely zero reason for Senate Democrats to oppose this resolution, and here is the reason why. We have a New York Times Ipsos poll that tells the story on this. 79% of the American people, including 67% of Democrats, want to make certain that female sports are for girls and women. Those numbers, 67% of Democrats, 79% of all Americans say they are with us. They want to protect women and girls in sports. They want to make certain that they have the right to compete, the right to train, the right to do team building, and the right to succeed and be recognized for it. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 21. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
There an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. So as I understand it, this resolution seeks to establish an American Girls in Sports Day. And obviously that sounds like a really good idea. Until you read the resolution and you realize that this resolution actually has virtually nothing to do with the history and the current reality of girls playing sports. And instead, it's just another attempt by Republicans to pretend that the biggest threat to this country is transgender kids or gay kids or drag shows. Republicans don't want to talk about rising costs, about rising grocery prices, rising gas costs. They don't want to talk about the cratering reputation of America in the world. They don't want to talk about the fact that the stock market is crashing because of the disastrous economic policies of this president. No, as usual, it's transgender kids and drag shows that are causing all the problems in America. How do I know that this bill isn't an honest attempt to celebrate girls in sports? Well, first, if you really cared about girls in sports, you'd know that we actually already have a national day. It's February 7th. It's called National Women and Girls in Sports Day. It was signed into law 40 years ago by President Reagan. The sponsors of this resolution were so eager to shame transgender kids that they didn't even check to see if there was already a day. Now, folks are going to say, well, Democrats objected to an American Girls in Sports Day. Well, that's like bringing a resolution before the floor to declare June 27th Christmas. And when Democrats object, Democrats are anti-Christmas. Second, if this bill was really about girls in sports, it would celebrate girls in sports. But this resolution isn't about that. The resolution, if you read it, is just about this one issue: transgender athletes. And frankly, that's an insult to the thousands of girls who do play sports. 99% of them are never going to compete against a transgender athlete. I'm not saying this isn't an issue that's worth spending a little bit of time on, but let's be clear. A female high school athlete in this country is more likely to be killed by a falling object than to lose a competition to a biological male. If this resolution was really about celebrating girls in sports, instead of just trying to bully and shame transgender kids, then maybe somewhere in the resolution it might talk about Patsy Mink, who successfully championed the passage of Title IX. Maybe it'd mention iconic women athletes who broke barriers like Billie Jean King or Althea Gibson or Catherine Switzer or Pat Summitt. Maybe you'd talk about the iconic sports teams that put women in sports on the national stage, like Louisiana Tech or the U.S. women's soccer team. Maybe it would actually tell the story of how over the last 50 years we've gone from 300,000 girls in high school sports to 3.4 million today. But it doesn't do any of that. The text of this resolution isn't about the history of girls and women entering high school and college sports. It's not a celebration of those iconic teams and athletes. Instead, this resolution is just a tactic, another one, to scare and mislead the public and to bully vulnerable kids. And that's the reason that I'm on the floor once again to object.
Mr. President.
The objection is heard. The senator from Tennessee.
Mr. President, I find my colleagues' comments so very interesting, and I think it would have served him well, Mr. President, to actually read the resolution. So I'm going to read part of it so that my colleagues know what this does, because it does talk about celebrating these athletes. And here you go. Whereas athletic participation has an important positive impact on young girls, improving their physical health, self-confidence, and discipline. Women have been responsible for some of the greatest athletic feats in the sports history of the United States, from the Olympic Games to professional competition. He wanted to make certain that some of these greats, like Pat Summitt and Our Lady Vols, are recognized. Absolutely. That is what we're doing. Whereas female athletes have served as inspirations for generations of women and girls. And then we talk about Title IX. We talk about the fundamental biological differences between men and women that put women at a competitive disadvantage in sports and jeopardize their safety during competition. And 79% of the American people agree with this. And then we go through, since 2003, men have displaced women and girls from over 950 championship titles, medals, scholarships, and records that they should have rightly won, including at least 28 women. Thank you, Mr. President. Since Hamas' barbaric attack on Israel on October 7th last year, many of our nation's top universities have abandoned their Jewish students. Instead of providing a place to learn, they have become hotbeds of anti-Semitism, anti-American hatred, and open support for terrorism. Here are some examples. At Princeton, students have waved the flag of terror groups like Hezbollah. UCLA, activists set up barricades across campus and blocked Jewish students from attending class. George Washington University, a pro-Hamas demonstrator walked around campus with a sign calling for a final solution against the Jewish people. Columbia University, students chanted, "We are Hamas," and "Long live Hamas." In recent weeks, pro-Hamas activists at Barnard College occupied an academic building, allegedly assaulted a school employee, and handed out flyers produced by the Hamas media office. These flyers glorified Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. That is Hamas' term for its kidnapping, rape, and murder of more than 1,200 Israelis. These are not isolated cases, and Mr. President, to many Americans and certainly many Tennesseans, it seems impossible that this would be happening right here. But according to Hillel International, there were more than 1,800 anti-Semitic incidences on college campuses during the 23-24 school year. Think about that. 1,800 anti-Semitic incidences. Now, the thing that is so upsetting about this is that that is an increase of more than 500% from the year before. This shows you the organization and the intensity of these events. What we do know is that Jewish students have faced harassment and intimidation on their university campuses, and we also know that the Biden administration sat on their hands and they chose to do nothing about this. Instead, they sided with the radical activists who turned our campuses into cesspools of hatred. Now, with President Trump back in the Oval Office, pro-Hamas students and the colleges that enable them are being put on notice. Recently, Secretary of State Rubio vowed to revoke visas and green cards for any foreign students who support terror groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. This is something that I have called for and supported, which is why I am so pleased to see this administration, the Trump administration, actually taking action. Now, what we do know is that ICE arrested a former Columbia University student who is from Syria, that is Mahmoud Khalil, And this was a ringleader for Colombia's anti-Israel encampment. As I said, a former student. At these demonstrations, pro-Hamas activists spat on Jewish students. They chanted, "F the Jews," and they held signs next to Jewish students claiming that they would be Hamas's next target. Think about this. If you're a 19-year-old Jewish college student and you are there on Columbia's campus and you have a protester holding a sign against your head saying you should be the next targets. In many ways, Khalil was the perfect leader for this anti-Semitic pro-terror movement. What we know is this: before he enrolled at Columbia University, he allegedly served as a political affairs officer for UNRWA. That is right, the UN Relief and Works Agency there in Gaza. This person was a political affairs officer for UNRWA. Now, this is the same UNRWA that we now know indoctrinated Palestinian children to hate the Jews, stored Hamas's weapons in its facilities in Gaza. They actually put ammunition and weapons in the schools, the UN schools there in Gaza. We know that they had people affiliated with Hamas on their payroll, and we know they provided support and aid to the terrorists. There is no reason why someone like this should be allowed in our country to support terrorism and to promote anti-Jewish bigotry. That's why Secretary Rubio is intending to deport Khalil, which this administration has the full authority to do under our federal immigration laws. And under this administration, I have no doubt we are going to see many more deportations. As we work to deport Hamas affiliates, my bipartisan No Immigration Benefits for Hamas Terrorist Act would block any migrant tied to Hamas from entering our country. And my No Flight for Terrorists Act would put anyone on the no-fly list if they have called for violence against the Jewish people or pledged allegiance to a foreign terrorist organization. At the same time, President Trump is vowing to pull federal funding from schools that fail to protect Jewish students from discrimination. Just on Friday, his administration canceled $400 million in grants and contracts with Columbia University. That is a good start to accountability. Right after October 7th, I joined Senator Tim Scott in introducing the Stop Anti-Semitism on College Campuses Act. This legislation would rescind federal funding for any university in this country that authorizes, funds, or facilitates events that promote violent anti-Semitism. With such widespread failure from our nation's colleges and universities to protect Jewish students, there are billions of dollars on the line. One thing.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. There can be no doubt Elon Musk is a patriot. He has revolutionized entire industries, whether it is PayPal, Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink. Across his businesses, there are so many things that he could be working on. But when President Trump asked him to join the administration, he answered that call. He said yes, and he committed himself to serving the American people and helping get this fiscal house in order. In many ways, he is tackling one of the biggest threats to our nation's sovereignty, and that is our debt, $36 trillion in debt. He understands that our fiscal path is unsustainable. And today, we are spending more money to service our debt than to fund our entire military. And as this debt grows, it will become more and more difficult to fund basic government functions. That is why he is leading the Department of Government Efficiency, trying to rein in reckless spending and to get this country back on the track to fiscal health. Now, so far, DOGE has had a lot of success. In just 2 months, they have identified $130 billion in potential savings by eliminating waste, fraud, abuse across the federal government. They hope that that number, and they fully expect that number to reach $2 trillion by the time we get to Independence Day next year, which, by the way, will be our 250th birthday. Every American should be applauding this effort. Our children and grandchildren's future depends on a free America. But because he has been helping President Trump, he has become a target for the radical left, which has launched a domestic terrorism campaign against his company, Tesla. In Las Vegas, suspects set Tesla vehicles on fire with Molotov cocktails. In Oregon, a man shot up a Tesla dealership. And across the country, Tesla owners have had their cars destroyed with arson and vandalism. Now, some of these Democrat-aligned groups are organizing a global day of action on Saturday to target Tesla. The reason for this campaign is simple. In November, the American people rejected the left's radical agenda. They said, enough of this. Well, our friends across the aisle have lost the debate, but instead of making a better pitch to voters, they are trying to stop Republicans with violence and intimidation. The Democrats spent the last 4 years denouncing domestic terrorism and supporting EVs. Yet now, they are eerily silent. And when they do comment, they celebrate Tesla's setbacks. Tim Walz, Democrats' failed VP candidate, claimed he gets a daily boost from checking on Tesla's stock price, which has declined amid the terrorism campaign. Democrat ally and late-night host Jimmy Kimmel seemed to endorse the violence, sarcastically telling his audience, and I quote him, "Don't ever vandalize Tesla vehicles," end quote. Last week, Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett said that all she wants for her birthday is to see Elon taken down. This rhetoric is inexcusable, and as the world's greatest legislative body, we should jointly condemn political violence. That's why I'm asking for unanimous consent to pass the resolution that condemns the horrific acts of violence, arson, and domestic terrorism committed against Tesla dealerships and facilities. There is no reason why Democrats should oppose this resolution. Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 146, which is at the desk. Further, I ask that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. President, thank you. Reserving the right to object. Listen, come on. This resolution is not about violence or domestic terrorism. It just isn't. This is a resolution that says one thing, and one thing only. Elon Musk is in charge. He matters more than anybody else. Musk is subject to a different set of rules than everybody else. The Trump administration serves him, not us. The Republican Party serves him, not us. Elon Musk right now is effectively stealing from the American people. He is combing through our government, awarding himself contracts, canceling contracts for his competitors. He's shutting down agencies that stand in the way of his business, his growth. He's giving himself access to secret information about government enforcement actions against his competitors. He is also, at the same time, currently the largest funder of Republican politics in the nation. He spent $250 million backing President Trump's campaign. He recently told the president that he would contribute another $100 million to the president's political arm. And guess what? At that same time, the president stood on the White House lawn to give a taxpayer-funded commercial for Elon Musk's cars. That's corruption at a scale that we have not seen before in this country. The integration of the Trump White House and the Republican Party and the business interests of the richest man in the world. It's wrong. Now, this resolution claims to say something about domestic terrorism, but the only terrorism, the only violence it mentions is violence carried out against, you guessed it, Elon Musk. On an annual basis, there are 11,000 reported incidents of domestic terrorism. 11,000. Only a handful of them impact Tesla dealerships, but they're the only acts of violence mentioned in this resolution. 52% of the reported attacks were based on racial or ethnic targeting by radicalized attackers, but they aren't mentioned in this resolution. Only Elon Musk is mentioned in this resolution because a different set of rules apply to him, because he is in charge and he deserves protection that no one else gets. He deserves a White House TV commercial for his cars. He deserves to give himself contracts and steal from his competitors. He deserves to have his own resolution. And people are asking why. Why does the richest man in the country get this special treatment? To most people, it feels pretty fishy. It definitely feels wrong. Now, I hate violence of any kind, whether it's perpetrated against right, left, or center. I've spent my life on this floor fighting violence, but I also hate inconsistency. So I'm going to make my colleague a pretty reasonable offer here. At the same time that President Trump is saying that he's going to vigorously pursue people that attack Tesla dealerships, he's giving pardons to the people who beat the hell out of Capitol Police officers. So I don't think that we should consent to a resolution that says we care about violence, but only when it's committed against the business interests of the richest man in the world. And I have a way to solve that problem. Senator Murray has a really simple resolution, a resolution that expresses our disapproval of the pardons that were issued for the very specific set of individuals who on January 6th brutally attacked Capitol Police officers. Now, I understand that many of my Republican colleagues think that the people who trespassed here shouldn't have been prosecuted. Let's set aside that disagreement. This resolution just says that the specific set of people who viciously attacked police officers, the ones that hit the police officers over the head with metal poles, that those people shouldn't have been given a get-out-of-jail-free card. And so why don't we just be consistent? Why don't we say that violence matters when it's committed against Elon Musk's dealerships, and it matters when it's committed against the people that protect us? And so my offer is to just pass both resolutions right now. Right now. We could just agree by unanimous consent to your resolution, and we could agree as a body that you shouldn't pardon the people who brutally beat the people who show up every day to protect us. They matter too. Elon Musk isn't the only person that matters. Capitol Police officers matter too. So I'd ask the senator to modify her request to add the following: that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 42, a resolution condemning the pardons for individuals who are found guilty of assaulting Capitol Police officers, that the resolution be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table. if we agree to move forward on this unanimous consent, I think we can move forward on the senator's request as well.
Is there objection to the modification?
I object.
Objection is heard. Is there an objection to the original request?
Mr. President?
Mr. President, there is.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard.
To speak on my objection, I think it's important to note that the resolution I presented does not mention Elon Musk. The resolved title in this, and by the way, it's really short, that the Senate condemns the horrific acts of violence, arson, and domestic terrorism committed against electric vehicles, car dealerships, and charging stations across the United States. Now, for years, my Democratic colleagues have come to the floor and supported EVs. Just last year, my colleague from Connecticut claimed, and I quote him, "If you want to cut emissions and save the planet, we need more electric cars on the road," end quote. And as domestic terrorists target the largest EV company in the world, they refuse to condemn the violent actions. And in the past, he's also condemned vandalism and political violence. Now, as BLM rioters rampaged through American cities in the summer of 2020, he posted on X that, and I quote, "Looting and property damage is bad." He deleted that post, but I'll give him credit. His sentiment was right. And after an assassin's bullet almost took the life of then-President Trump, he said, and I'm quoting, "There is no room in America for political violence." He was right on that quote. And as we see a wave of political violence in our country today, Democrats should have no problem condemning it. Now, to the resolution from my colleague in Washington, I find it interesting that they want to talk about lawlessness. For years, they've pushed policies that weaken law enforcement and promote crime. As BLM rioters rampaged through Seattle in 2020, my colleague called on the Department of Homeland Security to remove federal agents from the city who were trying to quell the unrest. The U.S. Senate should be able to stand up to violence and support law and order. And today, they are stopping us from doing that. And when it comes to pardons, I think we should talk about pardons. In his final weeks in office, President Biden abused his pardon power to protect family members, free violent criminals, and make our country less safe. For years, President Biden claimed he would not pardon his son, Hunter. Yet, in December, Biden gave him an unconditional pardon for any federal crimes he may have committed over the course of a decade. Such an abuse of presidential pardon power has never happened in our nation's history. Just months before, Hunter had been convicted of federal gun crimes and tax offenses totaling $1.4 million. At the same time, evidence continued to mount that Hunter sold access to his father in foreign countries, including China and Russia. This was a multi-million-dollar influence peddling scheme and a Biden family affair. That's why just minutes before leaving office, the former president also pardoned his siblings and their spouses. They joined more than 8,000 people who received pardons and commutations from Joe Biden, including many violent criminals and murderers. With 1 foot out the door before leaving office, he commuted the death sentences of 37 of the 40 men on federal death row, including, get this, Thomas Sanders, who kidnapped and then shot a 12-year-old girl, and he cut her throat. That's who Joe Biden decided to commute a sentence on. Anthony Battle, who murdered an Atlanta prison guard with a hammer in '94 while serving a life sentence for raping and murdering his wife, and Kiboni Savage, who was convicted of committing and ordering the deaths of not one person or two, 12 people, including 4 little children. If we should be condemning any pardons, we should start with violent criminals. To be clear, Senate Republicans strongly oppose any violence, especially toward our nation's brave law enforcement. Our resolution states that all acts of violence are entirely unacceptable in the United States. I would encourage my colleagues to join me in passing this resolution. Instead, they've decided to play games with a sham counter resolution.
Mr. President.
We dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. In our constitutional republic, the President represents the will of we, the people. He does this more than any other elected official in this country because, alongside the Vice President, he is the only office holder who is elected by the entire nation, state by state. And in November, the American people gave President Trump a powerful mandate to secure the border, lower inflation, rein in spending, restore our standing in the world, and usher in what he terms is a new golden age for America. And to be certain, the administration is seeing a lot of success, and the American people are very pleased with what he has done. However, on many fronts, the Trump agenda has been held up in court, not for legitimate legal reasons, but because activist judges want to block as many actions by this administration as they possibly can. In the last 2 months alone, judges issued more injunctions, and in February that was 15, against President Trump than they did against President Biden in his entire 4 years. There were 14 against him. Now, these judges are not issuing rulings on small details in narrow cases. They are trying to stop policies at the heart of President Trump's America First agenda. What we know that the American people, and indeed Tennesseans whom I represent, what they want to see is a government that is going to be transparent, a government that is going to be accountable, a government that will be a good steward of their money. But activists on the left can't get what they want at the ballot box. They lost on November 5th. They lost, and they can't accept that. They can't get what they want legislatively. They don't have the votes. The American people said, we're tired of leftist DEI, ESG policies. We're tired of 2 tiers of justice. We're tired of seeing waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, reporting it, and the bureaucracy does nothing. Zip, zero, nada. They're tired of that. And they are pleased with the actions that are being taken by this administration to hold the bureaucracy to account. Not for just what is some of what they are doing, but for every single penny that they are spending and every decision that they are making. Now, as I said, we've got those on the left. They can't get what they want at the ballot box. They can't get what they want legislatively. They're looking at governors and state legislators who are not giving them what they want, which is control and power over the American people. But that is what the American people are saying, oh no, we're not going to let you have that. So what have our colleagues on the left decided to do? Well, there is one branch of government that is left for them to try to go in and say, you do it for us. We have failed. We can't get it legislatively. We can't win these elections, but we're going to count on you. And that is the judiciary. So what we have seen and what is troubling so many Tennesseans is activist judges that are on the bench, but all of a sudden, they're trying to act like they're Supreme Court justices. They're trying to act like they have the authority to take down the decisions and actions of a president who is delivering what the American people want. So our colleagues and friends on the left are now depending on the judiciary to rescue them. To rescue them. They've failed because they are wrong. And the American people said, we're not with you. So now we have these judges. They're stepping up. They're a district judge. Now what we know is this. A district judge has a case before him. His decision or her decision applies to that case. And it applies to the district in which that judge is seated. But oh no, these activists on the court, they've decided they're going to make nationwide injunctions to try to stop some of President Trump's policies, which, as I said, are policies the American people have said, we want to see this done. It's like cutting down the size of the federal bureaucracy. The American people are loving what DOGE is doing, but the leftists go to a district judge out in, of all places, San Francisco, and they have that judge issue an order to block what the president is doing. So this district judge out in San Francisco, the left coast appropriately named, directed the administration to rehire thousands of terminated bureaucrats. Tennesseans and a lot of Americans also want a government that spends taxpayer dollars responsibly because we have $36 trillion in debt. $36 trillion in debt. Now, the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has already found north of $140 billion in waste and fraud. They've identified this, and we are working to save this money for the taxpayers. But here again, the left can't pass what they want on the floor of the Senate or the floor of the House, so they go to the judiciary. And they say, you stop them, because we can't get enough of the taxpayer money. We want more of it, and we want to shove it out the door to leftist NGOs and organizations and nonprofits. We want that money so we can waste it the way we want to waste it. Now that is, in essence, what they are saying. They want the power and the authority to waste your money. That's what the Democrats are working for. Well, DOGE is working for the people. For the people, and go pick up those founding documents. People, we, the people, it is in caps. It is in caps. But see what happens with the bureaucracy? The people stand up to be the people, and all of a sudden the leftists say, oh no, this is our sandbox. We got to have more spending. We got to have more money. We want to waste it all. Who is going to pay for this? It is going to be our kids and our grandkids, because it not only affects our nation's solvency, that addresses our nation's ability to be a sovereign nation. Now, we've got activist judges, and all these NGOs, they're just up in a tear over this. So you've got a judge that says, oh no, you've got to send this money out. Are you kidding me? They don't want to save the taxpayers' money? Now, I think one that has come up so often with Tennesseans, and the reason this issue of these out-of-control leftist judges came up on our telephone town hall last night. By the way, we had thousands of Tennesseans on that call, and it had to do with deporting these criminal illegal aliens, Tren de Aragua, MS-13. And to my colleagues, I remind you, we have deemed them foreign terrorist organizations. These are not people that are our friends. These are people who are terrorists. They are gangs. They have murdered. They have raped. They have robbed. But we have some of our friends on the left who are saying, oh, you can't deport them. You can't send them to the gang prison in El Salvador. You got to bring them back. Are you kidding me? Show me somebody that actually wants to have more murderers and rapists and robbers in their community. I invite anybody. If you want to go out there and protect rapists and murderers and robbers, you come on down here and you explain why you would like to have them come. Madam President, if they are for that, I would like to hear why they are. But what we see happening is these activist judges are undermining our nation's Constitution. In each of our nation's 677 district judges, there is no veto power over the president. None. They do not have it. There is nothing that gives a federal district judge veto power over the actions of the President of the United States. Now, if they did have that power, they would be circumventing the will of the people, and we would no longer be a sovereign nation. The separation of powers works both ways. Judges must respect the president's authority over the executive branch. That is his jurisdiction. To ensure that happens, my Republican colleagues and I are introducing the Judicial Relief Clarification Act. Now, this is being led by Senator Chuck Grassley, who's chairman of our Judiciary Committee. And it would end this harmful practice of nationwide injunctions, make temporary restraining orders against federal or state governments immediately appealable, and ensure the courts can only issue relief for the case or the controversy before them. A district judge in San Francisco or anywhere else should not ever be deciding national policy. That is not something they have the ability to do. Altogether, these provisions would help restore federal courts to their core purpose, which is administering justice under the rule of law, not deciding nationwide policy. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
This week, we're moving forward on a budget bill that will help unleash the Trump agenda that the American people voted for in November. At the top of that agenda is making life more affordable for families across the country, especially after they have lived through 4 full years of what everyone has termed Bidenflation. Now, to do that, Congress must extend the first Trump administration's tax cuts. This is the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act. And this will deliver historic tax relief to hardworking Americans, which we did in 2017, and it would make it permanent. When you see it made permanent, this would supercharge small business growth and provide certainty for our Main Street small town businesses. Another thing that it would do is to restore U.S. global competitiveness. But if we let many of these provisions expire, then at the end of the year, Americans are going to face a $4 trillion tax hike. Think about that. A $4 trillion tax hike. The bill that we will bring forward will prevent that from happening by extending these crucial tax cuts. It will be so important for our families. In Tennessee, families already under Biden are paying $1,700 more every month because of inflation, just to buy the same basket of goods that they were able to buy in April of 2021. This is what Bidenflation has done. So to support President Trump's agenda and get it across the finish line, it will bolster our nation's security, help rebuild our military and restore peace through strength, provide for border security, unleash energy production, provide a path to return federal spending to pre-pandemic levels. With this Trump agenda budget bill, we are going to deliver on our promise to the American people to do our part to pass the president's agenda and to make this nation safe and healthy and prosperous and great again. I yield the floor. Since Inauguration Day, President Trump has been hard at work addressing one of the biggest threats that our nation faces. That is our $36 trillion debt. Unlike the last administration, the Trump administration has been very vocal. They are choosing to save the taxpayer money. And I will have to say, so far, they have had a tremendous amount of success. Now, I know some of my colleagues want to complain about DOGE, and they're not fond of the Department of Government Efficiency. I think it is worthy to note that DOGE, so far, has identified more than $140 billion in potential savings for the American people. Now, they have found this by going into each department, working with the secretaries of the different departments, the heads of the agencies, and they're reviewing unused federal leases, federal contracts, and they're saving billions. They're even able to find a savings in some of these anti-American DEI programs. Every American should be celebrating this effort that saves them money. Government has not one penny to spend until the taxpayer sends the money. Every dollar is taxpayer money. It is not federal money. The federal government does not create this. It is taxpayer money. And so taxpayers should be celebrating the elimination of waste, fraud, and abuse. It is essential that we go through this process, that we right-size government, that we utilize technology. and that we ensure that this country remains free, independent, sovereign, and solvent. Yet for weeks, we have seen our colleagues on the other side of the aisle choose to stand up and attack President Trump's efforts to rein in federal spending and to make government transparent and accountable to the people. Mr. President, again, it's an issue of who is paying the bill for this. It is the American people. And if you're paying the bill, you want to know what is it that you're paying for. And this has been so interesting to me to see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle object to DOGE and object to saving federal money, object to wise stewardship of federal resources, and then to attack. Many of these attacks are disconnected from reality. Recently, the Democrats have landed on a new line, and we've heard them repeat this over and over. Now, their new line is that Republicans and the Trump administration are using DOGE to cut Social Security benefits for our nation's seniors. Well, nothing could be further than the truth. It is Republicans and President Trump that are seeking to save Social Security. Last month in this very chamber, the Senate Democratic leader claimed that, and I quote him, the goal of Trump and Elon Musk is to destroy Social Security from within, end quote. Well, nothing could be further than the truth. To help our Democrat colleagues to understand this issue, I've pulled together a fact sheet that makes one thing clear. While eliminating wasteful spending, improper payments, fraud in the system, Republicans are protecting Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid for the beneficiaries for which it is intended. See, Mr. President, our colleagues across the aisle have this completely backward. And they've been pushing these talking points off to the mainstream media, to some of the leftists that are out protesting. If you accept the status quo on Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, basically what you are saying is, hey, I'm okay if you waste money. I'm okay if you make improper payments. I'm okay if you allow fraud and deception. I'm okay if you let the trust fund run dry. I'm okay if you cut benefits. In essence, that is what they're saying because they're accepting the status quo. But repeatedly, we remind people it is Republicans who are trying to save Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid because we're rooting out waste, fraud, abuse, and making certain that those benefits should go to the people that deserve them. But this shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. We have been saying, let's preserve these programs and let's make them stronger. Let's make certain that scammers and fraudsters don't have access to taxpayer money. Now, just last month, the president said, and I'm going to quote him, I'm not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Now, we're going to get fraud out of there. Everybody wants us to get the fraud out, and therefore, you'll make it better, end quote. That is exactly what we are doing. By eliminating waste and fraud, the administration is strengthening these essential programs. For example, DOGE confirmed that 1.3 million individuals who secured a fraudulent Social Security number also received Medicare benefits. Now, that is stealing money from individuals that are entitled rightfully to the benefits. So if you've got 1.3 million individuals that have a fraudulent Social Security number and they've also signed up for Medicare, they should be removed from the program because they are not entitled to be on that program. DOGE also sifted out 10 million cases where Social Security number holders were over the age of 120. Now, this should raise alarms. I don't know how many, if any, Americans are 120 years of age or older. But we do know that there are 10 million cases where there are Social Security number holders that are over 120 years old. The right thing to do is to find out if you've got people that say they're 150, 165, 200 years, even one that is listed as 300 years old. We need to be investigating this and find out who's getting the check and who is cashing that check, because that person is not entitled to that check, which, by the way, it is paid with taxpayer money. When I talk with Tennesseans, they want to make certain that people who deserve the benefits are getting the benefits. And people that are scammers and liars and fraudsters and are ripping off the federal government, that they get prosecuted for the way they're ripping off the federal government. Now, President Trump is determined to strengthen these programs, and Senate Republicans have promised to deliver relief to senior citizens by cutting taxes on Social Security benefits. Today, nearly 56% of retirees pay taxes on their Social Security benefits as inflation pushes seniors' benefits into higher and higher income brackets. This is inexcusable because people have paid into that. We had a lieutenant governor in Tennessee at one point. He would sum this up, Mr. President, by saying, no one should ever be paying taxes on taxes. People have paid into Social Security, and then as they retire, they're going to get this money back. And for the past few years, I've worked on legislation. It's called the Retirees First Act. It would address this problem by lowering the tax burden on Social Security benefits for seniors by raising the provisional income threshold. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid are essential programs for millions of Tennesseans. It is appropriate that we exempt out seniors from paying income tax on those Social Security benefits. It is appropriate that we make certain that these programs are there for the beneficiaries for which they're intended. And it is appropriate that we ask our colleagues across the aisle to join us in making certain these programs are strengthened, not weakened. I yield the floor.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday did indeed mark the 100th day of President Trump's second term. And I think if you were to pick 4 words that really describe this first 100 days, it would be promises were made and promises are being kept. That is precisely what he has done. And if you want to go through some of these, let's start at the southern border. Now, under President Biden, criminals, terrorists, and traffickers were flowing across that border. but because President Trump on day one took executive action to secure that border, illegal crossings are at their lowest level in decades. This is something the American people wanted to see done. Now, in March, those crossings were down 95% from the last administration. I understand this past weekend, they had the lowest number ever, a 99% reduction. They had 3 people that were apprehended. And when you look at deportations, the Trump administration has already removed more than 100,000 criminal illegal aliens. Now, this number has included suspected terrorists, members of violent gangs like MS-13 in Trinidad or Agua, and we know that more of those deportations are going to take place. Now, President Trump is fulfilling the promise he made to make this nation safe again, to make our communities safe again, and to get these violent gangs and criminals off our streets. Now, even though these efforts have been very successful and are widely supported by the American people, we've seen some powerful institutions in our country try to block the will of the people and what they wanted to see done. And this includes some of our nation's social media companies. Now, according to reports, Facebook is allowing a black market to thrive on its platform where illegal aliens can buy rideshare and delivery driver accounts from credentialed users. In effect, what this black market does is to help illegals avoid background checks and to be able to work in our country illegally using someone else's name and credentials. Now, this is not something that is a new problem. Last year, I led a probe into the account security of food delivery services after we received reports that showed illegal aliens were buying access to these accounts of legitimate users. Now, thankfully, companies like Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub implemented stronger driver verification processes after we began this investigation. But Facebook's black market really helps illegals to bypass those protections. Now, there is one Facebook group that has been out there, and here's the name of it, and I quote this name: Uber account for rent worldwide, end quote. Now, this account tallied 22,000 members who bought and sold delivery credentials. And while the social media platform has taken that specific group down, what we did find is there are now 80 similar groups that are active on Facebook. And this black market not only runs afoul of the law, but also poses a serious public safety threat, especially for women, children, and the elderly. Just in February, and this is a case in point, there was a lady in Massachusetts. She was allegedly raped after ordering an Uber Eats delivery to her home. The app indicated that a woman would be delivering her order. Instead, an illegal alien with horrific intentions is who showed up on her doorstep. Last week, I sent a letter to Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg demanding answers about what his company is doing to eliminate this black market from Facebook. He has until May 6th to respond to the questions, and I will continue to press this issue of accountability and public safety with the big tech giants. Mr. President, and I understand we are not in a quorum call.
We are not, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, for years I have come to this floor and I have talked about what big tech is doing to our children in this country. There is an entire generation of children that have become the product when they are online on some of these social media platforms. And what we have learned as we have worked in a bipartisan basis, Senator Blumenthal and I working for over 5 years, addressing these concerns, what we have learned is that when our children are online, they're the product of these big tech companies and these social media sites. And the way these companies view our kids is that they are a profit center. Even Meta has assigned a dollar value to each child. And you think, how incredibly callous can a company be? But they're fine with that. Think about that. Our kids are their product. Our kids are their profit center. Meta sees a kid, and what do they see? $247 in profit. That's what they see. And they do this because the more children they can get online, the longer they can keep them scrolling, the more data they collect on that child, and the longer the eyeballs are trained on that screen, the richer the data. And then guess what? The big tech company whose value is based on how many eyeballs they have and how long they have those eyeballs on that screen, they make more money. Their valuation is higher. Now, to me, that is reprehensible. It is disgusting. And this is why we have continued to work on this issue. As these big tech companies are using our kids as a profit center, they're also exposing them to all sorts of adverse content and to so many harms. Cyberbullying. Talk to any principal or teacher in any school, and they will tell you in today's world, the bullying never stops. It never stops. Kids can't go home and get away from it. They can't come into the classroom and get away from the bully out on the playground. It goes to bed with them at night, and it wakes up with them in the morning. And we wonder why our children have mental health concerns at such an increasing rate. Drugs, lethal drugs, fentanyl. More children meet their drug dealers online. Sexual exploitation, where kids meeting traffickers and predators and pedophiles online. Human trafficking, and the list goes on and on. The reason for this negligence is simple. It is reprehensible. Investing in children's safety would cut into the profits for these social media platforms, so they don't address it. They know that if they do something about it, then they're going to make less money. How selfish can you be? The consequences are truly tragic for our kids. Now, earlier this month, and I thought this was such an amazing stat, the Federal Trade Commission revealed that in 2019, Instagram, and many parents and grandparents know their kids and grandkids like to show them pictures on Instagram. Well, get this, Instagram encouraged groomers to connect with children on its platform. Now, these are users that the Meta-owned company identified as potential child predators. Think about this. Looking at the profile, they go, that might be a child predator. What do? They do nothing. They encourage them to connect with young girls and boys. And what we know is that children were more than a quarter of the follow recommendations for people that they suspected were child predators. Of course, Meta was very well aware of what was going on, yet Mark Zuckerberg reportedly refused to strengthen the platform's safety teams because, guess what? He didn't want to spend the money to fix the problem. Now, 6 years later, Meta's platforms are still dangerous for minors, and the people leading the company know it. On Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, AI chatbots have engaged in romantic fantasies with underage users, even carrying on explicit discussions of sexual acts with children. They know this is happening. Now, in one case that was reported in the Wall Street Journal last month, a chatbot emulating an adult man told a test user, this was a reporter who was a test user for the Wall Street Journal for the story on these chatbots. Now, the test user identified as a 14-year-old girl. So this chatbot, who was emulating an adult male, said, and I'm quoting, he would cherish her innocence, end quote. To quote the chatbot again, he said, I want you, but I need to know you're ready, end quote. In another case, a chatbot played the role of a track coach who preyed on a middle school student. And I quote the chatbot, we need to be careful, we're playing with fire here, end quote. This is horrific. It is disgusting. Anyone can see that it is repulsive and dangerous for our children, but for Meta, that was their goal. Get these kids in, get them using the chatbot. Even as employees of Meta warned that the chatbots could sexualize children, Zuckerberg reportedly pushed for fewer safeguards to attract as many users as possible. This is not something that was research done here in Congress. It's not something that was partisan. It was a reporter for the Wall Street Journal. Now, this is supposedly what Mark Zuckerberg had to say, and I quote. The quote is, I missed out on Snapchat and TikTok. I won't miss on this, is allegedly what he said. Now, while Meta is among the worst offenders when it comes to children's safety, they are not alone. I have talked many times, and my colleagues know, I've talked about Chinese-owned TikTok. The company is ByteDance. We know they keep all of our data there in Beijing, but TikTok pushed content that glorifies suicide to teenagers and developed some addictive algorithms that harm their mental health. Discord. On Discord, pedophiles have targeted minors with sextortion and have lured them into abductions. This is something we know. We have the information. It's not hearsay. Drug dealers have used platforms from YouTube to Telegram to sell lethal drugs like fentanyl to teenagers, fueling our nation's drug epidemic. The list goes on. And for years, my colleagues and I on the Senate Commerce Committee and the Judiciary Committee have listened to parents. We have cried with parents. We have held them close, parents from across the country who've lost their children to online harms. And for years, we've heard excuse after excuse after excuse from big tech CEOs about these tragedies that are happening every single day, but they don't do anything about it. The excuses go on and on. They know what's happening, but they choose profit over protecting our kids. So it cannot go on any longer. So today, Senator Blumenthal and I have reintroduced the Bipartisan Kids Online Safety Act, or KOSA, as we know it. This is crucial legislation. This is the legislation that will hold big tech accountable and make certain that parents and kids have the tools, the safeguards, the transparency that they need for young people to be protected in the virtual space. Now, among its provisions, the legislation will create a duty of care for online platforms to prevent specific threats to minors, including sexual abuse, illicit drugs, and the promotion of suicide and eating disorders. Bear in mind, the responsibility is on the online platform, and the duty of care would only apply to product features like algorithms, not content, meaning that KOSA would safeguard free speech while protecting our children. In many ways, KOSA is common sense. We have many protections for children in the physical world. Yet, if children are unable to buy alcohol or go to a strip club in the physical world, why do we allow them to be exposed to harms in the virtual space? And they're exposed to these same harms 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Parents know that there are just as many dangers lurking online, and sometimes even more than there are in the real world, which is why 86% of Americans support KOSA. The legislation enjoys overwhelming bipartisan support. How often do we see legislation that can pass through the Senate with a 91-3 vote like KOSA did last year in this chamber? It's also received endorsement from stakeholders across the board, including child safety advocates, pediatricians, tech companies like X, Microsoft, Snap, and Apple, which announced its support today. In the weeks ahead, we're going to work with our colleagues in the House of Representatives to ensure that this vital legislation makes it to President Trump's desk. When it does, the president will have a generational opportunity to secure a brighter future for children across the country, and their lives depend on the ability of us to act. I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we have come to realize is under the last administration, the American people really suffered from open borders, crime, and lawlessness. And they spoke out about this, and in November, they issued a mandate to President Trump. And of course, we talk a lot about the economic impact of that. We talk about the health, but we also focus on the Make America Safe Again provisions. And I will say this, since he was elected in November and sworn in January, President Trump has done exactly that. He has worked to make this country safe, to make our communities safer. And what we have seen in operations across the country is that the Trump administration has committed to getting criminal, illegal aliens out of our communities and off of our streets. We have seen that in Tennessee. Now, in recent weeks, the Department of Homeland Security has worked with the Tennessee State Highway Patrol, and they have arrested 196 criminal illegal aliens in Nashville, Tennessee. Now, these are people that ought not to have ever been in the country. They're violent criminals, members of Tren de Aragua, members of MS-13. They're drug dealers, they're sex traffickers, they're human traffickers. And you know what? People said, I can't believe we had that many drug dealers, sex traffickers, gang leaders, gang cubs that were here in our community. And when you start to look at the crimes of some of these people, Mr. President, people are aghast at what they have learned. And they're grateful that President Trump, Secretary Noem, Tom Homan, who is our border czar, decided to come into Nashville and get these people off our streets and out of our communities. Now, here's what we know about some of these. One of them is a Salvadoran national who is affiliated with MS-13. Now, he probably left El Salvador because he has been wanted for murder in his home country. That's the charge against him, murder. Tennesseans are saying, look, we want to make certain we get these individuals deported. And I was talking to one of our local law enforcement officers there in Middle Tennessee, and I said, tell me what you think about ICE and Homeland Security and the work they're doing. He said, I am happy to see them here. We welcome them. We're glad they're working with the Highway Patrol, because when you get these criminals and these gang leaders off our streets, you make the community safer and you make our jobs a little bit safer. And we're seeing the benefits of these deportations of criminal illegal aliens on a nationwide scale. I give you the example of Nashville because I represent Tennessee. But we know that nationally, since Inauguration Day, ICE has arrested more than 66,000 criminal illegal aliens. The vast majority have prior criminal convictions and charges, including, as I've mentioned, violent MS-13 and Tren de Aragua gang members. Thousands more were charged or convicted of assault, weapons offenses, sex crimes, and murder. And when these criminals are taken off the street, you know what happens, Mr. President? Crime goes down. Safety improves. Now, in February, and I think this is a great example of results. So in February, ICE targeted more than 100 Tren de Aragua gang members that had taken over an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado. Many people saw this. I'm certain many of my colleagues saw this reporting on the news. Now, that same quarter, that first quarter of the year, overall crime in the city declined by 22%. That is what happens when you go after people that are breaking the law, that have come into the country illegally and came in with ill intent. Now, despite the success that we have seen, whether it's Nashville or whether it's Aurora, Colorado, my Democratic colleagues are still demonizing these efforts in law enforcement and demanding an end to arrest and trying to stop deportations, and some are even working to undermine our brave and courageous law enforcement officers. Now, the mayor's office in Nashville has been one that has tried to obstruct these. And they were claiming that ISIS detainment of violent gang members and rapists is, and I quote them, making it harder to keep people safe. So the mayor's office and the mayor doxed federal law enforcement officers who were involved in these operations. They released their names, they released details about different operations. So they were doxing and unmasking the operation and the investigator or the agent's name. So what happens when the mayor does that is basically you're serving up a treasure trove of information to the gang leaders. You make the officers less safe, all law enforcement officers. You make the communities less safe, and you encourage people to target the operations or the officers. So what we have seen is this makes the job of law enforcement more difficult. It undermines President Trump's efforts to make our nation safe. And in essence, it has turned Nashville into a sanctuary city. And interestingly enough, in the state of Tennessee, it is illegal to have a sanctuary city. And because of the actions of the office of the mayor and Mayor O'Connell, DHS has deemed Nashville a sanctuary jurisdiction. And all of this we need to realize is happening as ICE agents have seen over the past couple of months a 413% increase in assaults. I will tell you, I think that our law enforcement officers, our Homeland Security investigators, and our agents deserve our support for removing criminal, illegal aliens from our communities. So, on Friday, I sent a letter urging A.G. Bondi to investigate the mayor's actions and the actions of his office and determine whether he is using taxpayer dollars to aid illegal aliens and to obstruct our federal law enforcement efforts. I will also use every tool in the Senate to investigate the mayor and his office and hold him to account for threatening the safety of Tennesseans. And make no mistake, if the mayor is found by the Department of Justice to be working outside of the rule of law, he should resign his position. And unfortunately, he's not the only Democrat mayor that needs DOJ to investigate them. We've seen the mayors of Chicago and Boston in their offices. They've repeatedly stated that their police departments will refuse to cooperate with ICE to apprehend criminal illegal aliens. Now think about this. These are criminals that are robbing people, they're doing carjackings, they're assaulting people. Many of them are abusing children. They're wanted in their home countries. And you have elected officials that are siding with and trying to protect criminal illegal aliens instead of siding with and trying to protect law-abiding citizens. While this obstruction makes it harder for federal law enforcement to do their jobs, they're still working to remove these criminals from the streets of Chicago and Boston and, of course, Nashville. Just last month, ICE announced that they arrested the Tren de Aragua gang members who shot and killed 3 people at a house party in Chicago in December. Criminal illegal aliens shot and killed 3 citizens. And in Boston, ICE agents apprehended nearly 1,500 illegal aliens during Operation Patriot last month, making the largest ICE operation to date in our nation's history. More than half of those 1,500 have major criminal convictions, not just charged, but convictions and charges. Murder, rape, drug trafficking, abuse of children, all among that number, 1,500. These are horrific crimes committed by illegal alien criminals who are roaming free in American cities until ICE comes in and apprehends them. While they continue to side with criminals, these Democrat mayors and those city councils, Republicans are supporting the president's efforts to maintain the rule of law so that there are no more innocent victims, like Larisha Sherelle Thompson, a South Carolina mother of 2, who was allegedly murdered in cold blood last month by 6 illegal aliens who were trying to steal her car. Or Ava Moore, an 18-year-old Air Force cadet candidate who was killed while kayaking in Texas over Memorial Day weekend by an illegal alien who, according to authorities, hit her with a jet ski and then fled the scene. Or the 12 people, including a Holocaust survivor, who were set on fire on Sunday in an anti-Semitic terror attack. The suspect, an Egyptian national who overstayed his visa after entering under Biden's open borders. Mr. President, this has to come to a stop. And Tennesseans say, what can we do about this? Well, I have the CLEAR Act, which we've had for a time. It would ensure that state and local law enforcement officials have the explicit authority to assist the federal government in our immigration enforcement efforts. Basically, it would codify the 287G program. And this week, I'm introducing legislation that is backed by the White House, which would establish a deportation shot clock, which would require the federal government to deport an illegal alien within 15 days of a court order for removal. Right now, it takes 90 days. We think the deportation shot clock will empower the Trump administration to expedite deportations of these criminals and get them off our streets. And following the dangerous actions of our Nashville Mayor O'Connell and his office, I'm also introducing legislation that will make it illegal to dox federal law enforcement officials who were working to get these criminal illegal aliens off the streets. We realized after this occurrence that they were not included in the covered persons provisions. So I invite my Democrat colleagues to join us in this. If not, I invite them to come down here, talk about why they would choose to support criminal, illegal aliens instead of working to make our communities safer and to uphold the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. President. In recent weeks, new reports have confirmed what the American people had witnessed for 4 years, that President Biden was in serious decline while in office and struggled to fulfill his duties as President of the United States. Now, to cover all this up, a small group of close aides and family members, including Hunter Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, reportedly made decisions on behalf of the former president while shielding him from the public eye. Even President Biden's cabinet secretaries struggled to reach him. And I'm quoting one secretary here. There was clearly a deliberate strategy by the White House to have him meet with as few people as possible. That's according to a cabinet secretary. Another one said that the president could only, and I quote, give you 4 to 6 good hours a day, end quote. Everybody knows that you cannot work 4 hours a day and be out of Washington, D.C. 40% of the time and be the leader of the free world. Mr. President, that is impossible. While members of the Biden administration are finally speaking out, for years, many of my fellow Tennesseans and I have watched as we saw then President Biden appear to be unfit to serve in the most demanding and powerful position in the world, and yes, we have been concerned. Yet, when we raised the alarm, Democrats in the media called us conspiracy theorists and dismissed video evidence of President Biden's decline as cheap fakes. The latest reports confirm that Democrats in the media covered up the former president's decline, but they also point to a much bigger issue: who was making decisions in the White House while President Biden was tucked in and asleep. Over 4 years, the Biden administration enacted thousands of new regulations that are costing the American people $1.8 trillion a year. Who made those decisions? He appointed 235 far-left judges to the federal bench. Many had never been a judge. They had no judicial experience. They had never clerked for a judge. They were activists. And abused the president's pardon power to protect Biden family members and free violent criminals. Yes, those last day pardons, it appears he signed only one. That was the one for Hunter Biden. And because most of these actions were signed with the auto pen, Biden may not have been aware of these actions. That would mean that for 4 years, a small group of insiders were making decisions in the president's name. It was a direct attack on our nation's constitutional order. Every single American deserves to know who was running this country while he was in office. That's why earlier today, the Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing on a Biden cover-up and heard from constitutional scholars who outlined the legal implications of having a president who was absent from his job. This is just the first step in uncovering the truth, and we are going to continue the push for transparency and get to the bottom of the issue to ensure something like this never happens again. Recently, the American people have witnessed something that is truly disturbing to them. While President Trump is making America safe by getting criminal illegal aliens off the streets, what they have seen is some on the left are trying to stop the removal of criminal illegal aliens. Now, Mr. President, this is an issue where about 90% of the American people agree. They do not want gangs, Tren de Aragua, MS-13, violent gangs, criminals that have committed rape, murder, child sexual abuse, drug traffickers, sex traffickers. They don't want them in their communities. But when you look at LA, what you're seeing is that ICE apprehended illegal aliens with these appalling criminal histories. And these are not just charges that have been filed, they're actual convictions that these people have had. Now, I will say this, LA and all these other communities where you have removed these criminal illegal aliens, the streets are going to be safer. Communities are going to be safer. Yet you have some pro-illegal leftists in California who have lined up to actually condemn the arrests. Now, Governor Gavin Newsom has called them reckless and cruel, and the LA mayor, Mayor Bass, claimed that arresting criminals actually sows terror. Her words. Representative Maxine Waters said President Trump is targeting, her words, the most vulnerable people. These statements are truly at odds with reality, and they make absolutely no sense. How does it sow terror when you are actually apprehending the criminals and taking them off the streets? But when you look at reality and then look at these statements, you see that whether it's Governor Newsom or Mayor Bass, they did nothing as these violent rioters took over LA County streets to protest lawful arrest. Following the operations, thousands of far-left activists set vehicles on fire. They looted businesses, many owned by those that had immigrated to our country. They shot fireworks at police officers. They blocked off freeways. They burned American flags, and they unleashed chaos across the city. According to Democrats, these riots were, in their word, peaceful. Anyone else could see that the violence that was transpiring was out of control. Even LA's police chief said that his troops were overwhelmed. That's why President Trump deployed 4,000 National Guardsmen and 700 Marines to LA to help restore law and order. Now, instead of saying thank you to the president for this much needed support as the officers were overwhelmed, Democrats started attacking him. In fact, Governor Newsom is suing the Trump administration to remove National Guardsmen from LA. Once again, the Democrats are siding with criminals over law-abiding citizens. The images you see of barricaded streets, burning vehicles, looted storefronts, that's what the leftists want. We saw this in 2020, and we saw then that you had elected officials standing on the side of criminals. They are on the side of violent rioters, lawlessness, and chaos. The American people are tired of crime. They have had enough. As I said earlier, they do not want violent gangs, MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, in their neighborhoods. They want them apprehended and they want them deported. And it's a big reason why voters returned President Trump to the Oval Office. And he is going to do everything he can to bring this violence in these cities to an end. In the Senate, Republicans are working hard to make certain that not only the president, but also the administration have the tools that they need to get the job done. My CLEAR Act would ensure that state and local law enforcement officials have the explicit authority to assist the federal government in our immigration enforcement efforts by codifying the 287G program that is so critical. This would enable law enforcement entities just to move forward with that. They wouldn't have to apply for the program. This month, I also introduced legislation that is backed by the White House that would establish a deportation shot clock. This would require the federal government to deport an illegal alien within 15 days of removal proceedings being commenced. This would empower the Trump administration to expedite deportations and ensure that we are getting criminals off our streets faster than ever before. While Democrats and the leftists out in LA are siding with criminals, President Trump and the Republicans here are doing everything we can to help make America safe again.
Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that we dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, this is such a significant day. In just a few minutes, this chamber will vote to confirm Ms. Whitney Hermendorfer to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. She is the very first judicial nomination of President Trump's second term, and there is a good reason that the president selected Ms. Hermendorfer for the circuit court. There is no one more qualified to take on this important role as an appellate judge for our great nation. Now, a little bit about her background. She is a Tennessee native. She attended Nashville's Harpeth Hall School, and she was an outstanding athlete and an outstanding student at the Harpeth Hall School, which as an educational institution has a really long history of producing and graduating remarkable women. And Ms. Hermendorfer is one of those. She graduated magna cum laude from Princeton, and she was first in her law school class at GWU. And it will not surprise my colleagues to learn that Ms. Hermendorfer's career has been a stellar career. After graduating from law school, she was an associate at Williams & Connolly, where her practice focused on appellate litigation and regulatory and administrative law. She also clerked for 4 federal judges, including 3 Supreme Court justices, Justice Alito, Justice Barrett, and then Judge Kavanaugh when he was on the D.C. Circuit. Since 2003, she has served as Director of the Strategic Litigation Unit in the Office of Tennessee Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti. In that role, she has not only been an aggressive attorney, she has led a team of talented attorneys in the AG's office fighting to protect the constitutional rights of Tennesseans. There is no doubt that she will serve our nation admirably on the Sixth Circuit. She will be a tireless advocate for our Constitution. She will show respect for the rule of law. She will show respect for the Constitution as it is written. She will not be a judge who will try to rewrite it. She is eminently qualified to serve, and I urge all my colleagues to vote to confirm her nomination. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so pleased that we're going to move forward today on the rescission package. that has come over to us from the House. As I talk to Tennesseans, one of the number one things they talk about is the debt. What are we doing to stop the out-of-control spending and to get this national debt under control? And after you look at what happened with COVID and with the Joe Biden years, we are sitting at $37 trillion in debt. So last November, the American people voted to make a change on how this country is running. One of the things they wanted to see changed was out of control, reckless spending. Now, if you look at this debt and where it stands right now, and you say, how much am I as an American citizen responsible for? Each and every citizen in this country would be holding $108,000 in debt. Think about that. All of our citizens, each and every one of us, whether you're the dad, the mom, the children, each and every citizen bears the burden of $108,000 in our nation's debt. One of the things that came up this weekend when I was at home and somebody was asking about the rescission package and when we were going to get this done and start making some of the cuts, start making the DOGE cuts. And this was a veteran, and they pointed out that they were aware that we are spending more money to pay the interest on our debt than we are spending to fund the U.S. military. Think about that. Think about what that message is that goes to other countries as they are looking at what we're spending on national defense compared to what we're spending on our debt. What does that say about the priorities that we have as a nation? So Tennesseans know that the path we're on with this spending is not sustainable. We can't continue this. When you look at where we were with our debt when George Bush was president, and you were at about $10.5 trillion when he left the Oval Office and Barack Obama and Joe Biden come in, and they doubled that number. You had President Trump's first term and COVID hit, and then the out-of-control spending by the Biden White House. That is how you end up at $37 trillion, and it should concern everyone. And Mr. President, I guess we're learning the auto pen was signing a lot of those sales receipts over at the White House. The point is we have this debt. Now, the good thing is that when the American people voted to get this spending under control last November, they sent President Donald Trump back to the White House, back to the Oval Office, and yes, indeed, he has gotten busy looking at how we spend the taxpayer money. He has spent time looking at the resources that we have and how we utilize those resources. And indeed, they have targeted $190 billion in this year's budget documents for waste, fraud, and abuse, and for removing those programs to yield that savings to the American people. And I think the American people see this as a victory for them and for their pocketbook. Hard-working taxpayers want to keep more of their money. They don't want to be sending it to D.C. for programs that have outlived their usefulness, programs they've never heard of, programs that they don't want. So we have the opportunity now to go in and claw back some of that money, draw a red line right through the middle of those programs in that budget document and make these savings permanent. Should we do that? Absolutely. We should be doing that. And that is why you are seeing Republicans here in the Senate choose to move forward on the rescission package that will save $9 billion out of this year's budget. And you know, as you think about it, budgets are 10-year windows, so you're not going to see those items next year or the next or the next. So you're going to compound those savings. $9 billion each year in that 10-year budget. Those savings mount up. And it is what the American people are wanting to see us do to get rid of some of this reckless spending. Now, Mr. President, there are some good examples of programs that we are going to draw that red line through those programs and eliminate them from this budget document. There's $1.1 billion for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting. Now, this is an organization that funds NPR and PBS. And what we know, think about NPR. They have been pushing a left-wing ideology using the taxpayers' money for years. And my colleague from Louisiana, Senator Kennedy, talked some about Catherine Mayer, who is NPR's CEO, and the things that she has had to say about President Trump. And she has called him all sorts of names. Now, she is not somebody that's neutral, and she is not somebody that wants to give you a point and a counterpoint. She has an opinion, and she is using your tax dollars to spread her opinion far and wide. One of the things that they did ahead of the 2020 election, NPR refused to cover the revelations about Hunter Biden's laptop and his overseas business deals. And Mr. President, at that time, NPR's leadership had this to say, and I quote them: "We don't want to waste the listeners' and readers' time on stories that are just pure distractions," end quote. Now, that was their opinion. They're entitled to that opinion, but they are not entitled to take the taxpayers' hard-earned money and spend it to push their opinion. As we now know, they were wrong. They were wrong. Now, the rescissions package that is coming before us also cuts billions of dollars in foreign aid spending that really does nothing to promote American values and interests around the globe. Here's a few of these things. There is a $4 million item for sedentary migrants in Colombia. That is their term. That is the line item. $4 million for sedentary migrants in Colombia. There's $3 million for an Iraqi version of Sesame Street. There's $1 million for voter ID efforts in Haiti. $500,000 for electric buses in Rwanda. $6 million for net zero cities. That means no carbon emissions. Net zero cities in Mexico, and $2.1 million for climate resilience in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. I could stand here for hours and go through some of the ridiculous, absurd items that are listed and the amounts of your money that you have earned and you've sent to Washington, D.C. to be spent on God knows what. So it is important, Mr. President, that we look at this, and yes, we're going to make reductions in spending in the appropriations process, but you know what? Doing these cuts helps to push this forward. You know, there is also some money in this rescission package that is going to be removed from some of these international organizations that work against our interests. Now, all during COVID, we heard about the World Health Organization and how the World Health Organization was covering up for China, and they were going to be certain that they covered for China and we would not know the truth about what happened with COVID. So in this document, we are going to remove $135 million from the World Health Organization. And from the UN Human Rights Council, $8 million. The reason to do this? They support dictators, they support repressive regimes, and they are demonizing our ally, Israel. These are wise decisions to be made about how we spend their money, and you know what? It is common sense. As I've had Tennesseans say to me, it is about time that we start to make these reductions. We know that Tennesseans support these cuts. The American people support these cuts. This is about fiscal responsibility. It is about thinking about our kids and our grandkids. And what kind of country are they going to inherit? What are we going to leave for them? You know, running up this kind of debt, I think it's so important to remember what Admiral Mullen, who was then Chief of Staff over at the Pentagon, said in July of 2010. And Mr. President, he was asked, what keeps you up at night? What do you think is the biggest threat? His reply to that reporter, significant. He said, the greatest threat to our nation, to our freedom, is our nation's debt. It is time for us to stop the out-of-control spending. It is time for us to begin to turn this around and reduce what the federal government spends. Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum. In November, President Trump and Republicans really received a very powerful mandate from the American people. They wanted to make certain that our border was going to be secured, that we were going to strengthen the economy, get inflation under control, rein in wasteful government spending, and get ourselves back on track. Make America great and prosperous and safe and secure once again. By passing the One Big Beautiful Bill, we delivered on this mandate by securing the largest tax cut in U.S. history, including reduced taxes on tips and overtime, a $6,000 bonus deduction for seniors, and the permanent extension of President Trump's 2017 tax cuts. It also reduces the burden of the death tax for millions, providing critical relief for family-owned businesses and so many of our nation's farms and farmers. It bolsters our armed forces with a $150 billion increase in military spending. It provides the largest ever investment in border security so that we can indeed complete building the wall and also hire new Border Patrol agents and officers. It strengthens Medicaid by rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. It restores fiscal sanity by eliminating hundreds of billions of dollars in far-left spending. And the list goes on and on. These are all enormous wins for Tennesseans that I represent, and indeed for all Americans. But our work here in this chamber is far from over. At the top of the list, we have the need to confirm President Trump's nominees. The president deserves to have his team in place to enact his agenda. But instead of working with us to carry out the will of the American people, our colleagues across the aisle have chosen to obstruct at any cost. Right now, we have 130 pending nominations. People that have been through committee, their paperwork is in, their questions are answered. Mr. President, all they need is a vote in this chamber, and there is absolutely no reason that we should have this backlog, especially when you look at the importance of these nominations. U.S. ambassadorships to the Vatican, Netherlands, Chile, Greece, and the European Union. 7 federal judgeships, U.S. attorneys, undersecretaries for the Departments of Veterans Affairs and the Navy, the commissioner of the Securities and Exchange Commission. That's just a brief, partial list. Now, our Democratic friends are trying to slow down the process on these nominees as much as they possibly can. They lost at the ballot box. They have lost in the halls of Congress. They've tried the courts, and they've lost in the courts. So obstruction and stalling is what they have left as they try to spite the president. They might think that they are hurting just the Republicans or just the president, but you know, Mr. President, what they are doing is hurting the people that they are elected to represent. Every single day that goes by without these nominees being approved and getting to work on the job, then those nominees are not able to work on behalf of the American people. And unfortunately, it is the people that suffer because agencies are not fully staffed and can't make responses. You have individuals that need help with VA benefits or help with an agency with an item of concern. And at this point, they are understaffed. With the recent disclosures from D&I Gabbard, we're learning even more about how President Obama and the Democrats manufactured the Russia hoax to try to derail President Trump's first term. And I bring this up because their obstruction is nothing new. When they run out of different roadway and different avenues and different opportunities, they've got one thing left. And as I said, they've lost at the ballot box. Here in Congress, they've lost at the courts. So now what they do is try to obstruct. And we know from the documents that have been released concerning the Russia hoax that the Democrats were hard at work on this in 2016 and 2017 with President Trump's first term. For months, far-left activist judges undermined our Constitution by blocking lawful orders from the Trump administration in a brazen effort to decide nationwide policy. Their abuse of power only came to an end when the Supreme Court reined in those district federal judges and said, no, you have no ability and you have no right to issue nationwide injunctions. And more recently, we've seen Democrats try their best to obstruct a core part of the America First agenda, and that is securing our southern border. Americans want our border to be secure, and they want criminal illegal aliens removed from their communities. Across the country, ICE and the Border Patrol agents have been hard at work carrying out this mandate and arresting criminals who have absolutely no right to be here in our country. Well, the Democrats are working to vilify and undermine our brave federal law enforcement. We've seen congressional Democrats try to storm ICE facilities, including a House member who faces federal charges for assaulting a federal ICE officer. They've smeared ICE agents who are risking their lives to protect our country, comparing them to the secret police and Nazis. They've pushed legislation that would prohibit officers from wearing masks, exposing them and their families to targeted harassment. This is all happening as ICE officers face an 830% surge in assaults. That's correct, 830% increase in assaults. Just this month, far-left criminals ambushed officers at an ICE facility in Texas, shooting one officer in the neck. 3 days later, a man sent 3 people to the hospital after firing dozens of rounds at a separate Border Patrol facility in Texas. These brave officers deserve our total and undivided support, and the American people deserve to have elected representatives who protect their interests. That's why Republicans are working to do every single day, working to protect our nation's citizens. And nothing, not even this obstruction that continues every single day by the Democrats, is going to stop us. Mr. President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today marks day 212 of this new Congress under Republican leadership, and I would offer to my colleagues this has been a most successful beginning of a Congress. When you look at the nearly 750 hours that we have spent working, the 450 votes that we have taken, when you look at how we have pushed to move forward, how we have fought obstruction from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you do realize that we indeed are helping to fulfill the promise President Trump made when he said, we will make America safe, secure, healthy, productive, and great again. And you know what, Mr. President? That is precisely what the American people voted for. They want action. They want things to be done differently. And indeed, a Republican House and Senate and this administration, led by President Trump and Vice President Vance, they are delivering on this. Look at the border. What we are seeing is a border that is secure. We know that we have some of the best numbers, lowest illegal crossings that are coming across those borders. We're returning to building a wall. We're getting the Border Patrol what they need to do their job. We have the Laken-Riley Act, which Senator Britt led here in the Senate, and this helps to detain those criminal illegal aliens. The Halt Fentanyl Act that Senator Grassley led, Senator Haggerty with the Genius Act to give us that first crypto bill to make certain that we retain the lead in that emerging technology legislation. Those are all a few of the things that have been accomplished. And of course, you look at what we did in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Tennesseans are really looking forward to this bill because of what it does. When you look at the fact that we got rid of a lot of that far left Green New Deal spending, we put money in to modernize our military for 21st century warfare, the Border Patrol agents and the funding there that is needed. It is all there, and the people said, let's get back to addressing our debt and restore some fiscal sanity to this country. $37 trillion of debt. We didn't get there overnight, and it's going to take a dedicated, focused, intentional process to get us out of this debt, to address it. And of course, we're delighted, absolutely delighted. And we're so pleased to know that June was the first month in not a year or a decade, but 3 decades that this government ran a surplus. Those are good signs. Indeed, last night on this floor, moving forward 3 of the appropriations bills. There are 8 bills that have already come out of committee, and we processed 3 of those last night to make certain that we get onto a budget, that we get off of the Biden-era CRAs and onto the numbers that President Trump and our Appropriations Committee has moved forward on. And this marked the first time since 2018 that the Senate passed appropriations bills before the August recess. Now that is so significant because what are the first things that we're supposed to do? One of them is to fund the government. And for my colleagues that always want to reduce federal spending, which I am one of them, we have to go through the appropriations process to be able to do that. And of course, in addition to the One Big Beautiful Bill, we also had the rescission bill, which gave us an additional $9 billion in cuts. And Madam President, we need to realize when we do these rescissions, that's the equivalent of taking that red pen and marking through those line items and saying they are gone. The American people wanted to see the high cost of living and inflation addressed, and indeed, with the One Big Beautiful Bill, we've been able to get things heading the right direction. For Tennesseans, we know that there is going to be a $2,600 per year savings in taxes with that One Big Beautiful Bill. We know that people are looking forward to this, and that the Big Beautiful Bill was the largest tax cut in our nation's history. Indeed, we expect from the Council of Economic Advisors numbers, we're expecting to see families in Tennessee increase take-home pay somewhere between $7,000 and $10,000. Those are numbers that are significant. And you know, Mr. President, what that does is say to people, we want you to have more control over your pocketbook and how you choose to save your money and how you choose to spend your money. All of those things are accomplishments, 212 days of this Congress, and those are all items that we have been able to move forward on. Our other committees are hard at work. We're approving judges and getting them through the process, ready for floor votes. Indeed, the first appellate judge appointed by President Trump and approved by Congress is Whitney Hermendorfer out of Nashville. We look forward to seeing her on the Sixth Circuit. And all of this, we've moved forward at a rapid pace. Now, I want to talk about what has happened with nominees. Of course, everyone's aware we approved the cabinet in record time, getting people to work. When it comes to those sub-cabinet positions and judges and U.S. attorneys and U.S. marshals and ambassadors, our friends across the aisle have enjoyed playing a game of obstruction. You know, it is as if they learned nothing November 5th. And our friends across the aisle have lost at the ballot box. They have lost in the U.S. House and the U.S. Congress. They've lost in the courts. And so now what we hear from many of them, and you can look at some of their campaign websites, they're holding resistance labs and encouraging people to obstruct. They think, Mr. President, that they are harming us. What they are doing is harming the American people, thwarting the will of the American people. They're trying to slow walk these nominees, making a game out of it. How many can they hold back? But what they're doing is acting outside of the norm. And what they're doing is proving to the American people that they are not here to address the issues of the day. They are here to see what they can stop. Now, I've got a chart with me, Mr. President, that I think tells a great story. You'll see the heading, Civilian Nominees Confirmed by Voice Vote or Unanimous Consent in First Term. That is a president's first term. And in order to provide context for what is happening in the U.S. Senate, I think it's important that we go back and look at history and see what that yields for us and the lessons that it yields. And as I said, this is nominees that are confirmed by a voice vote or unanimous consent in a president's first term. Now, Mr. President, that is a practice that has been an accepted and expected practice of this body. When you have a deputy or an undersecretary and sometimes nominees for different boards, they are grouped together in block. And then they're moved through the process together. And they receive either a voice vote or they move forward by unanimous consent. It simplifies the process. And many times, as I've talked to Tennesseans, what they've said is, we're not certain how many nominees are there. When you talk about President Trump not getting his nominees, are we talking about 100 people or 200 or 300? No, it's about 1,200 positions. So let's put the context on this. President George H.W. Bush, he had 98% of his civilian nominees confirmed by voice or unanimous consent. President Bill Clinton, 98%. George W. Bush, 90%. President Obama, 90%. President Trump's first term, 65%. President Biden, 57%. President Donald Trump's second term, 0. 0. Not one. Not one single nominee. Not one. Now, Mr. President, this is this is the obstruction that they are practicing within this chamber. Now, not only are they doing that, but they are wanting multiple votes. They want cloture filed, then they want the cloture vote, and then they want the 2-hour period or 4-hour appellate judges and cabinet secretaries, a 30-hour clock to run. They're doing that on every single nominee. Now, you can imagine how much time this would take if you have to follow this pattern for 1,200 people. And you see why it is deemed by many people in this country to be an act of obstruction by the Democrats. Now, this is a practice that has gained steam under the current Democrat leadership. They feel like they are hurting the Republicans, but what they're doing is harming the American people, because the agenda they voted for, what they want to see accomplished, cannot be accomplished. What the American people voted for President Trump to do, our friends across the aisle, Mr. President, would choose to slow walk that. What they're doing is hurting the people they were sent here to represent. I yield the floor. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the last few weeks, I have spoken with countless Tennesseans who are really appreciating the One Big Beautiful Bill because they're learning of the impact that it is going to have on their families, on their businesses, and their pocketbooks. And Tennesseans are telling me, once we talk about this bill, they're telling me how this law will help them make their business more successful, their community better, and will indeed end up leaving more cash in their pocketbook. Thanks to the law, Tennessee families will save an average of $2,600 next year on taxes and see a take-home pay increase of as much as $10,000. Now, this is going to give some much-needed relief after 4 years of Bidenflation. Over the August work period, and it was absolutely wonderful, I've met with restaurant businesses and servers, and they've talked about the law's reduction of taxes on tips and overtime, and how that is going to help them keep more money in their pocket. And going from one side of the state to the other, I've heard from seniors who are talking about how they're going to be able to lower their tax burden. And that is because we have the $6,000 bonus deduction per senior per year. When you're a couple married filing jointly, that $12,000 bonus deduction for our nation's seniors, that is basically going to remove the income tax from most of the Social Security payments for about 88% of our nation's seniors. Now, millions of hardworking families are planning for the future thanks to the law's enhanced child tax credit and expanded child care access. And we've done this through the employer-provided child care tax credit. And I appreciate my colleagues at Senate Finance working with me as we sought to get that into the legislation, as we sought to put in place the bonus deduction for seniors. These are things, Mr. President, that are really going to serve so many Tennesseans so very well. Now, we had meetings with chambers and met with many in the business community, and hearing from so many of these small business owners, what they wanted to talk about was how after the 2017 law was passed, they started hiring staff and growing that business. And now they are able to continue to keep this staff, to purchase new equipment, to invest in their communities. And by making these tax cuts, the 2017 tax cuts, permanent, the estimate is we will be protecting about 100,000 jobs in Tennessee. And much of this is because of the bonus depreciation, that 100% bonus depreciation deduction, immediate expensing of research and development, interest deduction, 199A for pass-throughs. And these companies are looking at how they grow. They're looking forward to this growth. I also had the opportunity, whether I was at the State Fair or meeting with some members of the ag community or the Farm Bureau, we talked about the provision that we have in the law that raises the estate tax exemption to $15 million or $30 million for a couple. And what this does, Mr. President, is to allow these family farms, generational operations, to be passed on to the next generation so that that legacy of farming and hard work can continue. We know that for small businesses, and so many of our nation's small business entrepreneurs, they've worked hard, they've built a business, they have built a manufacturing firm, and to know that they can pass it on to the next generation without fear of that generation having to sell the business in order to pay the tax. This provision, raising that death tax or estate tax exemption, is going to prohibit double taxation. There's about 2 million family farms that this is going to affect, and we know that they're appreciative of this. Now, for our military communities in Tennessee, and we have some wonderful military communities. We have Fort Campbell, that is primarily in Tennessee. We have the Millington Air Naval Station. We have Arnold Engineering. We've got the National Guard. We have such a strong presence in our state. And this legislation in the big, beautiful bill has $150 billion in a boost to our national defense funding. And this is a way we can push forward with modernization and make certain that we remain the strongest lethal fighting force on the face of the earth. There's also funding for the Gold Dome missile defense system. This we're beginning to see a good bit of work in when you talk about the low Earth orbit satellites and beginning to build out this Gold Dome defense system to protect our country. In addition to this, we have provisions in there for our military families to strengthen health care and child care and improve housing and education for our service member families. For 4 years under President Biden, Tennessee's suffered because of his anti-America energy policies. So the big, beautiful bill ends these far-left mandates and regulations and provides Made in America tax breaks to support energy production right here at home. You know, Mr. President, when I talk to Tennesseans, they want us to be energy independent. They don't want us having to depend on other countries to be able to get oil and gas. They don't want us to have to import that. They want energy independence. And President Trump's pro-energy policies and this agenda is the reason why over this Labor Day weekend, our gas prices at the pump were at the lowest level that they have been in 5 years. The lowest level. Border and border security is vitally important to Tennesseans. And this legislation in the big, beautiful bill that is now a law has $75 billion in funding to hire additional ICE agents. And we have seen the results that have taken place by Homeland Security being out there, working with local law enforcement, conducting raids, apprehending these criminal, illegal aliens. And people have wanted to see this done. You know, Mr. President, I have not talked to one single person who has said, I want MS-13, I want Tren de Aragua living in my neighborhood. We want them buying a house here. We want them setting up shop here. But what they do say is this: thank goodness MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and these other violent gangs are being apprehended and they are being deported. That is what the Trump administration is doing, and it is exactly what the American people want to see done. We also have provisions in the big, beautiful law that will go back to building the wall and securing the southern border, so we never have an open border like we had during the Biden years, where people are running across that border as many as 160,000 a month. That's a population size larger than most cities in Tennessee. Now, there's also some money in this that is going to deal with transportation, and everybody knows that infrastructure is vitally important. And I want to touch on what is happening with aviation there. This is important to Tennessee. The Nashville International Airport in June welcomed more than 2.4 million travelers. That was an all-time high number. And that number, we know, is going to continue to grow. So the bill provides $12.5 billion to modernize our nation's air traffic control system. That is going to help improve safety, speed, efficiency, and we're appreciative that Secretary Duffy is putting his attention on how you modernize this system so it is more safe, secure, and efficient. One of the provisions that I had the opportunity to work on was the Rural Health Transformation Program. In Tennessee, we have 95 counties. 78 of those 95 counties are deemed rural. And this Rural Health Transformation Fund is a $50 billion fund. It is there to strengthen access to health care in rural areas. And the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and Dr. Oz, who is our leader at CMS, has launched a web page for this program. It's going to reward innovation. Part of the money is going to be a payment to these hospitals. The other part, that $25 billion, is going to be, how do you innovate? Here is money to innovate. How do you increase access? And our rural hospitals and health clinics who are working on this issue can go to cms.gov and they can pull down the information, how to apply for these grants, how to make certain that they are using the resources that are there, learning more about this program and how it is going to be able to help them increase access to health care, how they can focus on workforce development and retention, how they can look at innovative new processes and use technology. So we're looking forward to good results coming from that, because smart, good people who are focused on delivering health care are going to have the opportunity to apply for these grants and to focus on how they make health care more accessible in these rural areas. Well, as you can see, there is so much in here that is a positive that will improve the lives of so many Tennesseans. And as I said, they're beginning to see it in their pocketbooks. They're seeing it at the gas pump. They know that their taxes, we've made those tax rates permanent. And they know this is going to benefit their communities because, Mr. President, you'll see businesses grow. You will see businesses hiring new workers. And I think that as people have celebrated Labor Day, they know that this is a time where they have a president in the White House where he is putting them first. He's putting them and their future and the future for their kids. He's putting that first. And he is pushing forward with making certain that America and all of our states, our communities, are going to be safe, secure, and prosperous. Thank you, Mr. President. I note the absence of a quorum.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have known for years that big tech puts profit over our children's safety. Every parent will tell you this is an issue of concern for them. Now, in the case of Meta, it has become clear that the tech giant is more interested in making a buck off of our kids than protecting them from predators, pedophiles, traffickers, and abusers. On Tuesday, the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Privacy, Technology, and the Law, which I chair, heard from two courageous former Meta employees who spoke about a deeply disturbing culture of deception at the company. They were among 6 whistleblowers, including 2 whistleblowers who currently work for Meta. Now, these whistleblowers are sounding the alarm, and thank goodness they are courageous and they are stepping forward to help protect our children. Now, their testimony included hundreds of pages of internal Meta documents, and this shows just how far Mark Zuckerberg has been willing to go to bury evidence showing that his platforms actually harm children. As I said, hundreds of pages of documents that show us and bear out how far Mark Zuckerberg will go to bury the evidence that his platforms harm children. 2 of the whistleblowers are former safety researchers for Meta. As part of their job, they would meet with families who used Meta products, which included Facebook and Instagram. Through their research, they hoped to learn how safe these products truly are. But as soon as they conducted the interviews and went through the process of reporting, what they figured out, Meta only hired them to check a box and appear as if the company was doing something about children's safety. While researching children's experiences on Meta's virtual reality headsets, they spoke with a family who revealed that one of their preteen sons had been sexually propositioned numerous times by sexual predators in the company's metaverse. Now think about this. These predators, who were virtual strangers, were going up to this child in virtual reality, and they were trying to groom him. Can you imagine if this was allowed to occur in the physical space? When it launched in 2021, Zuckerberg said that, and I'm going to quote from him, "In the metaverse, you'll be able to do almost anything you can imagine," end quote. Apparently, that included preying on children. For the child who is using the headset and in virtual reality, it's as if they are talking directly to the predator. We know that the physical and physiological impact and the psychological impact on children is no different as if it occurred in person. There is plenty of research that bears this out. Now, this shocking information would cause any responsible company to reevaluate their product and try to figure out how to stop this from happening. But after the interview with the family, the whistleblower's supervisor, get this, the supervisor ordered them to delete the audio recording and the written records about what the child had experienced. The child admitted they were propositioned numerous times. Meta didn't want to know that, and they were so offended by this because it might hurt their profit that they told the researchers to delete the audio recording of the child admitting this, and then to expunge the written records about what the child experienced. Unfortunately, what we have learned, this is not a one-off. According to the whistleblower's testimony, this suppression of damaging information is the norm at Meta. Starting in 2021, the whistleblowers alleged that Meta directed its legal team. Think about this. The C-suite is ordering the legal team to review any internal research about youth safety in virtual reality. In some cases, they killed research that documented how Meta is exposing children to harm. So they know it. They don't want you to know it. How dare a parent have what they want to protect their child? So they want to just sweep it away. The reason they did this was simple. Meta's executives wanted to eliminate any evidence that they would require them to take an action to protect children. In the words of Meta's lawyers, they needed to, and I quote, establish plausible deniability, end quote. So in one case, Meta's lawyers advised that, and I quote again, due to regulatory concerns, end quote, the researchers should avoid collecting any information about how many children were using Meta's virtual reality devices. On paper, Meta said that children under the age of 13 were not allowed to use the devices. But in practice, employees estimated that some virtual rooms were up to 90% underage. One employee documented a time where they observed 3 children between the ages of 6 and 7 who were chatting with a much older man who was asking them where they lived. These are babies. They have on the Oculus headset. They are in virtual reality. They have their avatar. They think they're playing, but they're chatting with an avatar that's not a child. It's not a child their age. It is an avatar that is an older man, and he is trying to figure out where they lived. Now, the employee told Meta they knew that these were young children based on the sound of their voice. Yet, what did the company officials try to do? They tried to suppress this, to sweep it under the rug, to keep people from knowing this was happening. Meta executives told the researchers that they shouldn't refer to kids on the platform. Instead, they were told to refer to them as, get this, alleged minors with young-sounding voices who may be underage. Again, that is a direct quote. So let me ask you this. Does this sound like a company concerned about how its platforms expose children to predators and pedophiles? Or does it sound like a company that is doing everything possible to cover up this horrific abuse? With Meta and other tech platforms, we've seen this negligence over and over and over. Indeed, I have talked on this floor many times about this issue. Senator Blumenthal and I have talked tirelessly about this issue as we've held hearing after hearing. With their algorithms that the tech firms use, that Meta is using, what they are doing is creating what one of the researchers referred to as a playground for pedophiles. That's really sad. In the fiscal space, you'd be locked up for doing that. With their algorithms, they connect children with pedophiles, with drug dealers, with sex traffickers, with human traffickers, with pornography, and they flood their feeds with pro-suicide content. One of the platforms, Mr. President, even has music to commit suicide by. With their AI chatbots, they sexualize children in role-playing fantasies. With their design features that allow children to share their precise location on a map with any predator who can then go track them down. This abuse of our nation's children has absolutely got to come to an end. This has to stop. These tech companies have to be held to account. And this is why Senator Blumenthal and I have reintroduced the Kids Online Safety Act, which would hold big tech accountable and provide parents with tools, with safeguards, and with transparency to protect their children. The legislation would create a duty of care for online platforms to prevent specific threats to minors, including sexual abuse, illicit drugs, and the promotion of suicide and eating disorders. There's a reason this legislation was overwhelmingly bipartisan and received overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed out of the Senate last year on a 91-3 vote. It is time to pass this bill. When you think about it, Mr. President, in the physical world, we have laws on the books. You cannot endanger children. You cannot cause harm. You cannot sell alcohol and tobacco or expose them to pornography. We as a society have decided you protect children, and the laws that are on the books protect them. And it holds abusers, traffickers, and people that try to sell them products that will harm them. It holds them accountable. But in the virtual space, these tech companies have pushed forward with their armies of lawyers and lobbyists and deep pockets, and they have fought any regulation in the virtual space. Why is that? Because when our children are online, our children are the product. Tech companies see our children as a profit center. It is a way to make a buck, to keep children online and on their phones. Indeed, when some of the mental health studies of our children have looked at how long a teenager spends on their phone every day, 8 hours. 8 hours a day. Doom scrolling, going deeper into holes where they may be getting eating disorder content, pro-suicide content, or possibly even being introduced to a drug dealer, a trafficker, a pedophile. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll. Sorry.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in a quorum call?
We are not, Senator.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. President, I would want to say right off the top, it was truly an honor to join President Trump at the White House on Monday. He assembled Senator Hagerty and I and some of the federal agencies in the Oval Office to sign an executive order and to announce the deployment of the National Guard to Memphis. And it is going to be several federal agencies that are going into Memphis. Now, the reason for this is that Memphis has had the highest crime rate in the country. And for years, we have seen Democrats that have enacted soft on crime policies, and this has taken truly a tragic toll on Memphis. In many parts of the city, Memphians cannot walk outside without fear of being mugged, robbed, carjacked, murdered. And what we know is this: Memphis, Tennessee is a historic city. It has a very rich cultural history. And it is also the logistics hub of our nation. We have the Port of Memphis. We have FedEx. We have I-40 that goes from the East Coast to the West Coast that runs right through Memphis. And we are also home to all 5 Class A railroads. Now, Memphis also has a lot of major corporations. FedEx is located in Memphis. It was started in Memphis and has remained there. You also have St. Jude, which is so vital to medical research in our nation. International Paper, so many other companies are located there. But the crime crisis in Memphis has been driven by gang violence, and it has held that city in that West Tennessee region back for about 4 or 5 years now. And there are actually about 100 gangs that are there in Memphis. So President Trump is doing his best to help work to make Memphis safe again. Now, we have had an FBI operation that has taken place in Memphis, and this marks the next phase of what is a multi-pronged, multi-agency strategy to fight this crime. This summer, the FBI, under Director Patel, conducted Operation Viper in Memphis. And the FBI worked with the Memphis Police Department and Chief Davis. And what they did was to surge federal resources from the FBI into Memphis and Shelby County in order to actually arrest and get indicted and try these gang leaders. And so as we go into this next phase, you're going to see additional resources come to bear. You're going to see the ATF, the DEA, Homeland Security, continued sources from the FBI, Tennessee Highway Patrol, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the U.S. Marshals Service. They're all going to be there to support the Memphis Police Department. This is going to be important to do to make certain that this crackdown on crime, making Memphis safe, is going to continue. Now, the National Guard is a part of this, as I said, and these National Guardsmen and women are going to help maintain order so that the Memphis police officers can be on the street and be tracking down and arresting these criminals, getting them off the street. We saw this strategy succeed in Washington, D.C., where in just over a month, the president's crime crackdown here in our nation's capital brought car thefts down 36%, robberies were down 62%, homicides were down 57%. Tennesseans have been applauding this success that we have seen. Memphians are applauding this. I've talked to Memphians who have been here this week, and they are so pleased to see the president's commitment so that they know this is going to be a long-term effort to make certain that we address crime. Now, in the Senate, we have several bills that are supporting this effort. My Ending Cashless Bail in Our Nation's Capital Act, which would require Washington, D.C. to use the highest level of cash bail necessary for dangerous offenders as a condition of pretrial release. My Keep Violent Criminals Off Our Streets Act, which would ban the award of certain federal funds to states and localities across the country that limit the use of cash bail. My Federal Carjacking Enforcement Act would empower federal prosecutors to hold carjackers accountable. My Restoring the Career Criminal Act would reinstate an important tool for prosecutors to seek enhanced penalties against violent repeat offenders. Restoring Law and Order Act would increase funding for law enforcement and help keep violent criminals behind bars. We should get all of these bills across the finish line and ensure that President Trump has the tools he needs to restore law and order in this country. We should pass these bills so that our law enforcement, our judges, our DAs have every tool they need to get these career criminals, these gang leaders off the streets in Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum. A quorum call.
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I am coming to the floor today as we find ourselves in the middle of the Schumer shutdown. And this is a time where, indeed, instead of being in the Schumer shutdown and having these shenanigans taking place, we should be in the middle of working hard for the American people. If we were not in this shutdown and our attention focused on that, we could be working our way through the NDAA, our National Defense Authorization Act, and we could be passing our appropriation bills through regular order. But what we know, Mr. President, is this is something that the minority leader has been working on for weeks. It's what he wanted. He thinks that it is going to benefit the Democratic members of this chamber. And I just really think he is sorely mistaken on this, because the measure, the continuing resolution in front of us, is a clean CR, which means it is funding that is going to continue at levels where they were for a period of about 7 weeks while we finish exercising our due diligence and passing the appropriations bills. Now, this is something that this shutdown didn't have to happen, but as I said, it is something that appears to have been in the works and something that was really desired by those on the left. We have heard, of course, that the minority leader is not wanting to face opposition from the left there in New York. And because of that, of course, what we're seeing is our nation's business has come to a halt. Now, last night, and then again today, all but 3 of the members of the Democratic Conference voted against a stopgap funding measure, our clean CR, that would have kept this government running through November 21st. And keeping the spending at current levels, this measure would have given us the time we need to be working on these appropriations bills. It would have kept us moving forward and keep us from wasting time. One of the things, Mr. President, I think is so important is shutdowns are expensive. And this is something that ends up costing us money every time we do it. And of course, we have quite a bit of national debt. Now, when we talk about completing our appropriations bills and setting our spending limits for the year and fulfilling that budget document, that portion, we have our budget document, then we move to our appropriations bills. Well, Senator Collins of Maine, who has led the Appropriations Committee, has done an outstanding job working with Republicans and Democrats on that committee, building out this appropriations process, making certain that bills moved out of the Appropriations Committee and that they are making their way to the floor. Now, one of the things that is so interesting, 8 of the 12 bills that came out of the Appropriations Committee came out with broad bipartisan support. So if you've got measures that are coming out on broad bipartisan support, why would you not move them to the floor? Why would you not want to finish out this appropriations process? And of course, it should have been finished by September 30th. It was not finished by then. So we are hopeful that by November 21st, this process can be complete and that we will be moving from a Biden budget to a Trump and Republican budget, which, by the way, is what the American people voted for when they gave a mandate to President Donald Trump on November 5th. Now, I mentioned the 12 bills. 8 of the 12 have come out with bipartisan support. 3 of those bills, our agriculture, our ledge branch, and our Milcon VA, have already passed off the floor. And they did so with wide bipartisan votes. This is something that, yes, indeed, we need to make certain that we continue to push these bills. Now, by passing these approach bills, we are ensuring that we get onto the budget the American people voted for. Well, this is not what our colleagues across the aisle are saying they wanted. They don't want the clean CR. They're not wanting to move forward on these bills. Instead, their measure for keeping the government open and running is holding government basically hostage, if you will, for $1.5 trillion in additional spending. $1.5 trillion. Our national debt is north of $37 trillion. It's climbing. And of course, adding another $1.5 trillion for a few weeks is really irresponsible. In this, they're basically trying to undo what we did, the steps and the progress that we made when we did the big, beautiful bill, which is truly a bill for hard-working Americans. So I would encourage my colleagues across the aisle, it is time to come to the table. It is time to pass the stopgap measure, the clean CR. And I would remind my friends that since last year, they have voted for these funding levels 5 times. So let's come together, let's get this passed, let's get back on track to pass these appropriations bills. Let's keep the federal government open and working. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum. Mr. President, we know that under Joe Biden and Chris Wray's leadership, the FBI, it turns out, was truly rotten to the core. In many ways, they oversaw the worst political corruption of the justice system in our nation's history. And now we have proof. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They indicted President Trump on baseless charges and weaponized America's top law enforcement agency against conservatives, against parents, and against people of faith. On Monday, we found out that this abuse of power had reached the halls of Congress. Thanks to internal FBI documents provided by Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino to Chairman Grassley, we now know that the Biden FBI tracked the private communications of 8 U.S. senators, including me. Now, what we have in common is this. We're all Republicans. We all support President Trump. And we all had questions about the 2020 election. According to the documents that were given, the FBI tracked who we were calling on our phones, who was calling us, where we were physically located when the calls were made or received, and how long each call lasted. This is an abuse of authority. It is despicable. And we know that Their abuses were far greater and more numerous than those abuses to us. Now, earlier this year, Chairman Grassley released whistleblower disclosures showing that the Biden FBI obtained the government-issued cell phones of both President Trump and former Vice President Pence. Last month, we learned that the agency launched a political investigation into nearly 100 Republican and conservative groups, including the Republican National Committee, the Republican Attorneys General Association, and Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. We're only learning about this weaponization of government against conservatives because the Trump administration is committed to total transparency for the American people. The work that President Trump, his administration, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Director Patel, and Deputy Director Bongino are doing is so appreciated, not only by us, but by the American people. It is time for the weaponization of government to stop. It is time to make certain that these individuals who did this, that were part of the CR-15 unit that worked with Jack Smith, that were working on Arctic frost, it is time for them to be fired from their positions. And I appreciate that this work is taking place each and every day. Sure.
Thank you.
I ask unanimous consent.
Senator from Tennessee.
I ask unanimous consent to resume the legislative session.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier this month, we discovered one of the worst abuses of government power in our nation's history. The FBI, under President Biden, spied on 8 U.S. senators. I was one of those 8. Now, what we have learned so far is this. The agency, the FBI, tracked whom we were calling on our cell phones, where we were physically located when we made or received the calls, and how long each call lasted. We still don't know the predicate for the subpoena, but they did go into a court and they got a subpoena. Now, by all appearances, the spying was politically motivated. The lawmakers who were spied on, all are Republicans. Each one of us support President Trump, and we had valid questions about the outcomes of the 2020 election. What we also know is that no American should be spied on by their government because of their political beliefs, whether they're a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. This should not happen. Now, we're all duly elected members of Congress, and Jack Smith and the CR-15 unit at the FBI that did his dirty work for him violated our First and Fourth Amendment rights, the separation of powers, the speech and debate clause, and the Stored Communications Act. If they are willing to do this to us, just imagine what they are willing to do to private citizens who have a different political point of view. What were they doing to the moms and dads that went to school board meetings? What were they doing to pro-lifers? We already know that through the same probe, which was termed Arctic Frost, that the FBI investigated nearly 100 Republican and conservative groups, including the Republican National Committee, the Republican Attorneys General Association, and Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. We're hearing they may have surveilled as many as 150 different individuals. Now, we are learning that this weaponization of government was approved by those at the very top of Joe Biden's Justice Department. Late last week, Chairman Grassley, who chairs our Judiciary Committee, released an FBI memo drafted on April 4th, 2022, that authorized the Arctic Frost probe. Among the people whose signatures appear on that document are then Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco and the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland. And oh, by the way, the memo was written by FBI Director Christopher Wray. We're only learning about this abuse of power and this weaponization of the FBI because the Trump administration and Republicans are committed to complete transparency and accountability. They're committed to a single tier of justice, not two different tiers of justice. And thankfully, FBI Director Kash Patel has fired all the individuals that were involved in the spying operation. Now it's time to figure out how else they have weaponized our nation's justice system. So we will begin to have some hearings, and we are going to put these individuals under oath and ask them to explain how they allowed this to happen. And what we have heard so far is that Jack Smith, who was the ringleader of this, he wants assurances, his choice of words, that he won't be punished in exchange for testifying about his spying scheme before Congress. He is absolutely out of his mind if he thinks he's going to get off with this scot-free. This is a scandal bigger than Watergate. It is a scandal where the FBI and the DOJ have been weaponized, politicized, and no, he will not get off scot-free. The American people want to see that people are going to be held to account. So if we need to subpoena him, that's exactly what we will do. And we're also going to determine why exactly Verizon Wireless complied with the FBI's groundless subpoena request. Just last week, we learned that AT&T also received a subpoena request from Jack Smith for 2 other members of Congress' phone records. Yet, when AT&T questioned Smith's team about the legality of the subpoena, they apparently backed down and they abandoned the effort altogether. So it's very curious why Verizon just rolled over and went along with this lawless request and didn't move to question and didn't move to quash the subpoena. So we'll get to the bottom of that. It's important to realize Lady Justice is blindfolded. The American people want that one tier of justice, equal treatment under the law, equal access. And we're not going to stop fighting until we can ensure that the weaponization of government that occurred under Joe Biden does not ever happen again. Thank you, Mr. President. Late last month, I had the honor of joining President Trump in the Oval Office as he signed an order establishing the Memphis Safe Task Force. This is a coordinated effort by the Justice Department, FBI, and 11 other federal agencies to work with local and state officials, support the Memphis Police Department, and get violent criminals off the streets. This support has been desperately needed. Last year, Memphis saw the highest crime rate in the country. In many parts of the city, residents have told us they could not walk out their front door without fear of being robbed, shot, or murdered. Now, with the task force, we're seeing violent, repeat criminals get locked up after terrorizing Memphians for far too long. In just 1 month of operations, there have been some just astounding, remarkable results. The authorities, they're working together as a team. They have made more than 1,700 arrests, including 114 warrant arrests for aggravated assault, 116 arrests for domestic violence, 23 arrests for robbery, 12 for sexual assault, and 10 for homicide. At the same time, the task force has recovered more than 370 illegal weapons and more than 230 stolen vehicles. And they have found more than 80 missing children. This is a huge step forward for Memphis. Already, Memphians are doing things that they could not do before, and they are enjoying this wonderful, historic, iconic city. For the opening night for the Memphis Grizzlies, fans came out to the game in huge numbers, knowing that law enforcement was there to keep the peace. As one fan said outside the FedEx Forum, and I'll quote them, "It is so peaceful, we're just enjoying life and it feels so free," end quote. This is something that all Americans should celebrate, and we will not stop fighting to make Memphis safer. We are going to make certain it is the safest city in the U.S., not the most dangerous. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield. Thank you, Mr. President. Today marks nearly a full month since the Schumer shutdown started. That's really a time where the Democrats decided to just go on strike and filibuster a clean CR. And what has happened is our federal law enforcement is being forced to work without pay. Air traffic control towers are understaffed. Flights are delayed, and it has jeopardized nutritional programs for millions of low-income families. And this crisis is something that was entirely, completely unavoidable. Yet the Democrats have voted over and over to keep the government closed, and the reason that they are doing this is the Democrat leader, Chuck Schumer, is holding government hostage to ram through hundreds of billions of dollars in inflationary spending. In other words, we're not spending enough. $38 trillion in debt is not enough. They want to run it up some more. And he claims that this reckless action is needed to stop Republicans, in his words, and I'm going to quote him, from taking health care away, end quote, from Americans by allowing health care subsidies under the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare, as it is known, and more appropriately known because there's nothing affordable about this thing, and he's saying that these subsidies would expire. The problem is that is a falsehood, and it shows you how our friends across the aisle are willing to put the American people and their lives and SNAP benefits and paychecks in jeopardy in order to achieve a goal. Now, one thing that needs to be understood is that the subsidies that are there for Obamacare, they're permanent. They're permanent. They're not going anywhere. And households that have incomes that fall between 100 and 400% of the federal poverty level are going to continue to get a credit without any interruption. That is in law. That subsidy is there. And this year, the upper limit for these Obamacare subsidies was an income limit of $128,600 for a family of four. For the lowest income individuals, insurance premiums can never exceed 2% of the total household income. Now, that is something that is federal law. Now, here is what is set to expire at the end of the year. It is President Biden's COVID-era bonus credits that were put in place. Now, this is something that the Democrats did in 2021. The Biden COVID credits eliminated the 400% income cap, allowing households that are making over, get this, $500,000 a year, $500,000 a year. They could benefit from this subsidy program. So let's say you were buying health insurance on the Obamacare exchange and you were making over $500,000 a year. You too could get a taxpayer-funded insurance subsidy for Obamacare. Now, bear in mind, the subsidy does not go to the individual. The subsidy goes directly to the insurance company. Now, my friends across the aisle choose to rant and rail against insurance companies. But you know what? They're enriching them every day. And, Mr. President, they want to enrich them even more because now that these emergency subsidies are set to expire more than 5 years after the start of the pandemic, the Democrats are fighting to make these enhanced Biden COVID credit bonuses, they want to make them permanent. This would cost U.S. taxpayers $450 billion hard-earned dollars every single year. Now, the reason behind this madness is really quite simple. Our friends across the aisle want to bring America one step closer to government-run health care. You know, Mr. President, when we were having all the debates about Obamacare, they kept saying, all right, we'll settle for Obamacare because that's a step toward government-run health care. That's one step toward a single-payer system. That's one step toward socialized medicine. That's what they want. It would be like Medicaid for all or the VA for all. They want control of your doctor, your health insurance, the kind of care you can get, where you're going to get it, when you're going to get it. Think the VA. Think Medicaid, because that is what they want. Now, our debt, as I said, is at $38 trillion. And so what they are trying to do to fund this program that is rife with waste and fraud is unbelievable. Now, the reality is the lowest cost plan in 2026, the average marketplace premium after tax credits is projected to be $50 a month, $20 less than the average monthly premium in 2020. But we can't ignore the wasteful spending that exists within Obamacare. According to one estimate, there are 6.4 million people improperly reporting their income to benefit from fully funded plans under Obamacare, thanks to the Biden COVID credits. Remember, I said there are some people, because of the Biden COVID credits, that have $0 premiums. So the estimate is 6.4 million people improperly report their income in order to get that zero premium. And this abuse is costing the taxpayers $27 billion in 2025 alone. That is the cost of this. This is the cost of not verifying. This is the cost of a program that is run amok with waste and abuse. Another peculiar example of wasteful enrollment, close to 12 million enrollees in the program filed no claims last year. In other words, they didn't use the insurance, and that number is triple what the number was from 2021 because the Democrats expanded the option of zero premium plans. Well, among those 12 million, many people don't even know that they have been enrolled in a taxpayer-funded program. And others may have separate health insurance coverage that they have chosen to use, and taxpayers sent money directly to the insurers on their behalf. This is because an insurance agent, as long as he has name, address, and contact info, he can enroll you in this and get that commission. Think about that. You don't even know you're in the program. You've got an insurance agent that has name, address, phone number, contact information, and all of a sudden they have enrolled you. Well, extending these Biden-era enhanced credits, as the Democrats are demanding, would be doing nothing to address the waste, the fraud, and the abuse that is running rampant in this program. And it wouldn't do anything to address the structural flaws that are there in Obamacare that have really sent premiums soaring over the last several years. You know, it's so interesting to me that Obamacare promised that it was going to lower the cost of premiums. It was going to make health care affordable and in reach of everybody in the country. But it turns out it is too expensive. You can't afford it unless you get a subsidy. You can't afford it unless you are getting a $0 premium. That's because the insurance tries to be one size fits all and requires people to pay for things they're never going to use. So what we have seen is the price of the insurance and the utilization. The price has gone up, the utilization has gone down, because you've got an insurance card, you've got access to the queue, but you can't get a doctor, and you don't get in to see the doctor. And we know that the cost on these premiums really shot up after the Biden COVID credits went into law, and as the premiums go up, taxpayers are on the hook to subsidize the insurance companies. Remember, the payment goes to them, not to the individual. It goes directly to the insurance company. The agent can enroll you even if you don't know you're enrolled because they've got your name, address, phone number, contact information. Republicans have already started to address the root causes of this escalation. We've secured measures in the big, beautiful bill that prevent illegal aliens from receiving subsidies under Obamacare. We prevent them from getting Medicaid services also. It also requires individuals who misstate their income to repay the excess subsidy that they got. That seems fair. If you lied about it on your form and it shows up when it's verified, you're not going to get off with a slap on the hand. You got to repay. You've got to pay. Because if you're cheating, it means somebody else is going to be paying that difference. So requiring applicants to verify their income, their family size, their immigration status, and their residence before enrolling ensures that you're not going to have people abusing the system and ripping off hard-working taxpayers. Now, Mr. President, That is common sense. Our Democrat colleagues should be working with us to implement more integrity measures to ensure that these taxpayer-funded benefits only go to the people who deserve them. Republicans want to tackle the rising premium costs because this is too expensive to afford. They want to drive down the cost of prescription drugs by holding pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs, accountable. We want to streamline the process for prompt payment of claims, put a shot clock on these insurance companies, make certain they're paying your local doctor, and maintain the fiscal solvency of the Medicare program. We want to see health care freedom. People want to make certain that we've got choice and options, that you're not mandated into a program you don't want that covers things you don't need. How about health savings accounts? How about association health plans? How about a cross-state line purchase of health insurance? So when you get a health insurance product you like, you can keep it. When you get a doctor you like, you can keep him. When you get a payment price you like, you can keep that and make it. Well, we would love to be addressing these issues, but our Democrat colleagues have decided they want to keep going with a government shutdown and hold the government hostage so they can appease their left-wing base. It's time for them to end the theatrics and come to the table and get back to work. I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. We all are hearing quite a bit about AI and the potential of AI to transform entire industries for the better, to make them more efficient. In Tennessee alone, our advanced manufacturers are using it to become more efficient, to lower cost, and to increase productivity. Healthcare providers are using it to strengthen care, and researchers are using it to discover new treatments. These are all things that are worth celebrating. They're good, and they're yielding good results. But we also know that this emerging technology can be used for harm. Now, in the case of Google, its AI models have targeted conservatives with defamation for years. During a Senate Commerce Committee hearing last week, I presented evidence to Google's Vice President for Government Affairs and Public Policy that his company's AI models have repeatedly fabricated malicious stories about conservative activist Robbie Starbuck. He is a Tennessean, and he is a conservative leader in our state. In one instance, Google's large language model, Gemma, falsely claimed that Starbuck was accused of child rape and that I publicly defended him. Google's AI models have also falsely accused him of being a former adult film star, of facing criminal drug charges, and of shooting a man in Nashville in an argument over a parking spot. In response, Google's VP claimed that hallucinations among their AI models are a common problem, and that the company is working on it, as if this harmful defamation is merely a technical glitch, and they refer to it as a hallucination. In fact, there seems to be a pattern of malicious lying and fiction when it comes to conservatives. So I asked the AI model, has Marsha Blackburn been accused of rape? The answer to this question, of course, is an unequivocal no. I never have. Yet, Gemma fabricated an entire outlandish criminal allegation against me. It had a massive story about a race in 1987, which didn't happen, and of accusations of improper conduct, which did not happen. And it also came forward with an alleged victim. It was all malicious. It was all made up. It was all a lie. Yet, Gemma even generated fake links to fabricate news articles to support the defamatory claim. And of course, the links didn't work. This marks a catastrophic failure of oversight of an AI model that has been downloaded by more than 200 million people. So last week, I sent a letter over to Google CEO, Sundar Pichai, demanding an explanation as to why Gemma was creating these false allegations, criminal allegations, against conservatives and also against me. And I also asked for a list of steps the company is taking to eliminate political bias and defamatory content from its models. Now, Google has not responded to my letter. What they did do was take Gemma down over the weekend. Despite the AI model's serious flaws, the big tech giant said in a statement that it's going to continue to work to make Gemma available to their developers. And the message on this is clear. You need to shut it down. You need to shut it down completely. You need to shut the Gemini system down completely. The American public deserves to know that with these AI models, the information is going to be accurate, it is going to be transparent, it is going to be fair, and it is not going to be a tool that is going to be used to fabricate and to smear conservatives. In the meantime, Google has until tomorrow to respond to the letter demanding answers. And it's important to keep in mind, this is the same Google that operated a Gmail blacklist that suppressed Republican fundraising emails as spam. And it's the same Google that manipulated search results about the 2024 election to benefit Kamala Harris and to harm President Trump. And it's the same Google that suppressed search results of the attempted assassination of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Big tech has waged a war on conservatives for too long. It is time that the American people see accountability out of these platforms. I yield the floor.